don't know what happened to that stream, guys. I don't know what happened on the stream. It got shut down by accident. But I'm back. I'm back on the stream. I don't know what happened, but I'm back. I am back. And I don't know how long I can keep streaming cuz I got some heavy luggages. I got some heavy luggages. I got some really heavy luggages. So I don't know how am I going to do that? But I don't know. It's it's really kind of crazy. Whew. And it's so hot out here too. But it's not as hot as the state of Alabama. It isn't. And I don't know what happened to the last. What up, OG? I don't know what happened to the last live stream. It kind of cut itself off. So I'm gonna go back in and probably refixed. I gotta do it on the computer though. I gotta go in there and fix some stuff. And finally I had a correction. I had 6 items. And I asked the lady where the hand sanitizer was. She sent me to the wrong aisle of where the hand sanitizer was. And it was perked up against the wall, and I kept passing it the entire time. She didn't even know where the products were. I'm like, if you work on this department, you should know. And if you don't know, they got one of those zebra phones. You can use your own phone actually, and you can look up the item to see where the item is at. And then they got a mechanism on their phone to where if you get on the account that you get logged in on Walmart, because I used to work for Walmart, so I know how the system works. You can look up stuff at Walmart, right? App. But the only difference is it's like a different app that you use for it. And when you hit that item, the little tags that they have, those digital tags they got at Walmart, what's going on, Trickery? Um, They have those tags where it blinks a green light to let you know where the product is. She didn't even do that. She just told me it was over in the other side. These people, and then there's so many cashiers. There's like empty cashiers at Walmart, and it's like they turning down employees, but then they really need them, and it just doesn't make any sense. And yet they turn it down employees. I had saw one guy. He applied for cashier at Walmart. Oh, Trixie, what's up, man? Sorry to butcher your name like that. He applied for level entry cashier, and he got turned down. I don't understand why these companies are consistently turning people down. If you know you need more people, could half of these they only got like at least 3 cashiers that are working, and you got a whole slew full of people. It's like, why not just Why not just hire people for cashier if they want to go for cashier? Stop trying to turn people down because people need a job out here. Stop trying to turn people down. It doesn't make any sense. But this is what they do, guys. Most of these corporations only care about their shareholders and stock investors. They don't care about the employees. And if they had a choice, to do something that'll save them more money and they don't have to pay so much money, they'll do it. They will lay off every last one of the people that work at Walmart. How you doing? That's what they do, guys. Yeah, I'm good. Just walking. Had to go to Walmart. I was in there for too long. And then they had all these empty cashiers. And, you got people that can't even speak English and they're working there. And then you have some of them that I asked the lady what a I asked the lady where the hand sanitizer is. So the Walmart employees, they have an app that they use where they scan products to see what shelf it goes on, but they also can fix it to where there's a button you hit and the green light will start flashing because they got these digital price tags now, right? And it lets you know where the product is, right? I asked this lady where the hand sanitizer is because I was running low. She tell me it was on aisle G17. At first, I thought she said G37. I'm like G37. I don't see 330. Oh, she mean G17. Okay, right. So I go all the way to the back, and it was just some women's shampoo and all of that stuff, right? So I'm thinking, okay, um, ma'am, I don't see any hand sanitizers. I just see baby soap and women's activator shampoo and all of that stuff. So I'm scanning around and I look over here. I'm like, oh, there it is. I was passing it the whole entire time. And it's even worse in the apparel department. I was trying to find some jogging pants, just something I can lounge around the house, right? Because it's too damn hot outside to be doing anything. It's even too damn hot to be trying to cut some damn grass. You know, when I used to stay with my mother, I used to cut the grass at 8 o'clock in the morning. 8 o'clock in the morning. Not at 1:30, at 5 o'clock. 8 o'clock in the morning. I cut that grass. That was it. I'm done. That's it. Once I was done with that, guess what? I was not going outside for the rest of the day. And now I can't do it no more because the grass makes me sick. It makes me get gunked up and nauseated, and my nose started getting stopped up. So I don't like cutting grass. Can't deal with the grass. That's too much. Man, I might as well go ahead and cross the street. How you doing, Tricky? Or Trixie? Sorry, I didn't mean to bet your name. How you doing, Trixie? What's up, man? Go ahead and cross the street for these cars. Man, this is crazy. So I was talking to the landlord, right, yesterday. She was talking about, she wanted me to look at her foot, something going on with her foot and stuff. And she talking about, well, be careful because there's a lot of stuff going on. I was like, all right. And apparently a lot of people been taking showers and they've been affected with some kind of disease. I don't know what it is. But anyway, so basically, um she was telling me about because I had to remind her that she said she had to pay somebody. I don't know. Then she was like she had to pay $740 or whatever. I don't know. And then, she was like, it's a Polish girl and I had to pay her so much money. I mean, she's a nice girl. She's sweet, you know. Then she called her a dumb bitch and said that she left her husband. Probably don't even know the whole story, you know. And I'm just like, see, landlord likes to matchmake with people. She likes to tell them to just stay with their husbands and let them do whatever they want. Don't no woman want to do that. And I think that she should know more than anybody that women are not going to listen to other women. If they ain't going to listen to what a man has to say, what make you think they going to listen to what a woman has to say? They ain't going to listen to that. They're not going to listen to that. They're going to do what they want to do. Right? So we were conversating. And she starts like talking about, well, we don't have any money because you're broke, right? And then she starts talking about, oh, because your mama is broke too. I said, I know this motherfucker did not say, excuse my language, but this bitch is really getting on my damn nerves. But guess what? Bad karma is kicking her in the ass. She coming down with stuff, her ankles are swollen, and she just keeps doing it. You don't talk about somebody's mom being broke. So here's what I told her. I told her, well, guess what? Uh, I never told you I was broke, first of all. And second of all, I never told you that my mother was broke. And that's none of your business. Now, I told her that money does get tight, but that doesn't mean that I'm broke. But that brings me to say this. It's nothing wrong with being broke. Because money does get tight sometimes. Money does get, you know, to the point where there are days that you just don't have any money, right? There's nothing wrong with being broke. Everybody is struggling out here. Prices are going up, you know? And this 50-year-old landlord lady is still talking about somebody being broke. Not understanding that people are even working all these hours, 40, 16 plus hours a week. People are already struggling just to trying to get their bills paid. Then they got to go grocery shopping. I done bought 6 items that'll cost me almost $40. Then I gotta pay her rent on top of that. Don't ask me. I'm just like, how you gonna still say that people are broke when you got millions of 14 million Americans are getting laid off on jobs. Most of them can't even afford a 1-bedroom apartment. It ain't because that they're broke. It's just because it's too high. And it's getting to the point where in America, we're being priced out of the country that we've been born and raised in. America don't give a shit about us. And all these presidents, all they're doing, they're passing along bills and stuff. They only doing it for their administrations. They don't give a shit about the people. They don't. Like we're still at war with Iran right now. Gas prices is still going up. You got dealerships. People can't even afford to get a brand new vehicle because the maintenance is too expensive. See, the landlord don't understand all of that. She just likes to go around saying people are broke. And she likes to say that because she's made a statement one day saying that she want rich guys to be at her house. She don't want poor people. I said, well, good luck with that because I'm gonna tell you, rich guys, they're not staying in the United States. They got common sense and they moving somewhere else. They're not trying to stay here in the US. So Good luck with that. And that's crazy. And she even talk about her own son like a dog, and that's crazy. And I think she should have just let her son stay with the father. Cause the way she be treating that man, and that man end up snapping at her. Then she want to sit up and act like he's the bad guy. Well, he raised his voice at me, and he was shouting, and he was acting crazy. The reason why he's doing that, cause you're agitating him. I'm gonna tell you, she got her son doing everything. He does a good job around the house, but they worked the shit out of that man. She worked the shit out of that man. She got him on top of the roof, cleaning vents at a -4 to -7 degree weather here in Alaska. She got this man breaking down toilets, cleaning pipes through the washing machine, you know, dusting stuff off her parking lot. Everything. She got that man doing every damn thing, probably cutting grass and everything else. She got this man doing everything around the house. And then talked about, I used to kick him out on the streets. As if it's a badge of honor to kick your own flesh and blood out on the streets. That's crazy. That lady is crazy, and she need therapy, and she need help. And then she's sitting up here acting oblivious, like she doesn't know why she going through what she's going through. And it's because you're the stuff you say to people and the stuff you do to people. Now, I'm not saying, it's nothing wrong with being rich and having money, but you shouldn't just judge people and say they broke just because they don't have thousands and thousands of dollars. You know, don't nobody have money like that. What jobs are they gonna work to have money like that? And what makes you guarantee that they gonna accept guys out there that got jobs making that kind of money? What makes you think they gonna get them in there? That's what she don't. This is this is the thing I hate about walking across the street. Because every time you look around, there's always somebody with their loud ass motors, and they ain't worth shit. But yeah, she just starts saying all that stuff, and I gotta record it. When I get into the video, when I get into the studio, well, not studio, when I get in my room, I'm gonna boot it up and let y'all hear it. I'm gonna let you hear what she said. I got other recordings of her. I'll be making content exposing the shit out of her ass, and she just don't know it. That's crazy. So what if I'm broke? I'm not saying I am, but so what if I am broke? It ain't nothing wrong with being broke. There's a difference in just being broke and you're striving and you're trying to do what you can, but no matter what you do, you're always falling behind. And I get it. Everybody need jobs. Oh, there's some Twilight action going on. I hope y'all can see me. I don't like walking like this because y'all can't even see me. That's crazy. But I get it. Like there's a difference. If a person is just broke and they don't want to put in the effort to do nothing, okay, that's a whole entire different thing. But when you got people that are struggling out here, they're busting their asses off, people that are working 2 or 3 jobs and they got all these bills they gotta pay, working 40, 16 plus hours a week. People are doing what they need to do. But they broke not because they can't make any money. It is not because they got a bad spending habit. It's just because everything is going up. Everything is expensive. And she's sitting up here talking like she don't know that prices is expensive out here today. Then she got enough nerve to talk about your mother must be broke too. And I'm just like, what does my mother got anything to do with this? And I said, well, I'm not saying that I'm broke, but money gets tight and prices is going up and everything is expensive. Then she was admitting herself that she's broke. And I was like, okay, well, admit yourself that you're broke. Don't try to say that everybody else is broke. I mean, so what? At least you getting something. Shit, it's hard out here. It is hard to get a job out here, especially when you're up here in Alaska and you don't even know places and people been here longer than you have. But the point is it's hard out here. It's hard to get a job anywhere, you know? And she just her mind is just fixated with everybody's broke. Everybody ain't got this. Everybody ain't got that. No, your ass is broke and miserable. And you just trying to pull that on everybody else to feel better about your situation. That's what that is. And this is the reason why when you got women like this, stay away from women like this. Because all they care about is money. Then they'll judge you and say you're broke. But she's the one that's sitting around living a miserable life and then want to throw it on everybody else by using a shaming tactic when she the one that's broke. She's the one that's broke. Then she tried to pull my mother into this. I started to say, yep, I'm done talking to this lady. I keep her at a distance. She tell me her little stories about she got sores on her feet and stuff. I'm like, I don't give a shit about that. I don't want to see that. That is disgusting. Why would you show me sores on your damn feet? That lady, I don't know. She needs to get therapy. She needs help. And then she over here saying that people are broke. And she's saying that I'm broke. I'm not broke. But I'm not rich either. The problem is she broke and she can't make no money because she only got one source of income. She ain't trying to do nothing. But she want to throw that on everybody else. Cause that's what she does. She's just a miserable old lady. And she don't even have a man in the house. Cause she the type of lady she just like to use men for money. Cause that's all she care about. She already showed me what kind of person she is. And I got her ass recorded. And when we get in, I'm gonna let y'all hear this shit for yourself. Because this is crazy. And I'm about sick and tired of this landlord. I really am. Then she was talking about in case if I ever sell the house, your ass ain't selling shit. I already said time and time again, this house ain't gonna sell. Not to mention she did mention about the garage door that needs to be fixed. The house ain't gonna sell. It ain't sell. The house ain't gonna sell. She done lost her damn mind. I know she lost it. That house ain't selling shit. But she trying to make it seem like she gonna actually sell the house for good this time. The house ain't gonna sell. I guarantee you that house ain't gonna sell. To myself, I'm broke. I'm not broke. And my mother is not broke either. My mother is not broke either. She making some good money. You know, she's an RN nurse, a traveling nurse at that. She making good money. Last time I spoke to her, it's her ass that ain't making no money, depending on one source of income. All right, guys, I'm already here. This is the crazy landlord's house. just made it in here. It's pretty dark in here. It is so hot. It is so hot in here. It is so hot. I mean, outside. I can't even see. Okay. Okay, so it's the round view. Okay. I'm gonna tell you right now. It is hot as fuck. It is hot as fuck. You know what I'm saying? Oh, shit. God damn. Mm. Shit. It is hot as fuck outside. Telling you that right now. Got me sweating all over. Okay. Shit. Goodness gracious. Okay. Ugh. Okay. Hold on. Goodness gracious. Okay. Shit. This is crazy. I got me some more pineapple juice. I think I'm gonna start cooking once I settle down a bit. Mm, man, it's hot as fuck. Shit. I gotta wash my clothes. Okay. Oh, this in the trash. Let me see. Damn. Go ahead and wash some other shirts and stuff. I'm probably gonna go ahead and wash my pants too. It's then go in and wash this shit. Go ahead and do it now. I need to go check though. Okay. I'll be back. Gonna go ahead and wash my clothes while it's still can. Okay. Okay. Take this too. Some other stuff in here. I need this one. Little underwears. Maybe this too. This. Okay. Get this. be haunted. I don't know. Sweet birthday. Okay. 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 Alright, some bananas. Got some grapes. I should probably wash these. Rather do it later. Got another bottle of hand sanitizer, which all these items together costed me. It cost me like, I don't know, cost me like almost $40. Oh no, where's the receipt? Well, stuck in there now. Not much I can do. Going that away. Here we go. So, yeah, guys. Okay. There's too many people walking around. I got a Walmart's bag. Inside, you can keep cool stuff. It's only like $3, $3 or $4. Around that amount. Now we gotta go in here and you gotta have these to go in there and get stuff because they charge you extra for the bags, which is stupid in my opinion, but there's too many people walking in the house. Okay. 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 Let's see. All right, let me get you guys set up. Let me see. From Poland, Dark G says from Poland, sir, and or ma'am and or trans. All right, man, or wherever you are, welcome to the stream. Thanks for coming by. Chug a beer. Okay. How do you say car? I don't know what that means. All right. Christian Girly says Jesus is King. I am the way, the truth, and life. Like I said, this is not a gospel channel. We don't need that here. I think everybody gets the memo of what the Bible says. Everybody knows who Jesus is. We don't need somebody regurgitating. We don't need somebody regurgitating the Bible and what the Bible says. We know what the Bible says. We know what John 3:16 says. We know who Jesus is. We know all of that stuff. That's pretty much old news. I'm atheist. Well, that's good to know, Slim, and welcome to the stream. I'm not necessarily atheist, but I'm just getting tired of people coming in my chat quoting scriptures and stuff. You don't have to be a believer to not know who Jesus is. There's some atheists, not saying that you have to, but there's some atheists that I know, they know who Jesus Christ is, but they don't care about that stuff. And I don't blame them. I'm not saying that I'm against it. It's just, you know, I get tired of churchgoers coming around quoting scriptures and talking about what the Bible says. That gets old real fast. Nobody needs to be, nobody cares about what the Bible says. They know what the Bible says. But you got these churchgoers, all they do is quote scriptures and go around simply telling everybody that Jesus loves them. I'm a believer myself, but hello there, Flesh Slip. Please do not spam the chat. Fush Slip. Fush Slip. One more time. Please don't spam the chat. Alright. Trying to get you out of here too. You're spamming too much. There's too many spammers and too many people spamming the chat. That's too much. And of course, you got to deal with people like that. And ask that person several times not to spam the chat. We ain't got time for that. We do not have time for that. I'm so drained and tired. I was gonna cook a steak dinner today, but I'm not really sure. What is that noise? Got some bananas. So I'm good to go. Next time, I'm going to another grocery store because the reason I'm going to another grocery store, I'll probably go to Fred Meyer's next time because, you know, Walmart is just the Walmart here in Alaska. They have so many empty cashiers, and yet it is so crowded with a bunch of people. But yet, you probably got a bunch of people who want to apply for cashier and got turned down. Homeless people are stealing Walmart shopping carts, even cars from Fred Meyer's, throwing them out on the streets. It's sad. And it's more natives that are homeless than majority of the other people. What's going on, Julie? I am a Satanist. Hey man, hey, respect. I met a lot of Satanists. I have a friend that's a Satanist. And he knows more about the Bible than the people in the church do. See, that's what I like about Satanists and Gothic people. I used to be a goth myself. I'm just a normal person now, but they're more welcoming and accepting than church people will, than Christian, so they call themselves. Churchgoers. Because all churchgoers and Christian people do is they talk about, they quote scriptures, going around telling people, did you know that Jesus loves you? While a homeless guy is sitting there hungry, begging for money for food. And all you can give him is, do you know that Jesus loves you? Instead of being a blessing and say, hey man, look, it's about like $20. Go get you something to eat down. Go to the deli in the grocery store and go get you like 8 pieces of chicken. Or hey, this ain't much, but go get you some fruit or something. You know what I'm saying? Or just have lunch. Just sit down with the homeless guy or homeless girl and have lunch with him or her. You know, say, hey, you want to? I got 2 sandwiches. Here's you one. Here's me one. We're gonna put the blanket out, flap the blanket, put it out there. You know what I'm saying? But these churchgoer people don't do that because they don't give a shit about people. They just go to church every day, and that's pretty much about it. And these pastors ain't teaching them nothing. They just doing it. And I'm gonna tell you, a lot of pastors got YouTube channels too. Some of them don't do collection plates anymore, but guess what? They're making money off YouTube. And that's why they don't do the collection plates anymore. If there's some that are still doing it already or haven't done it already. Spur and Nix. Oh my YouTube. What's going on, Joey Mac? What's going on, Julie? Got Satanists in the house, in the building. What's up? What's up? Now, I'm not a Satanist myself, but I do listen to black metal. I've been practicing some satanic vocals, but I'm kind of out of shape and I have nowhere else to really practice. But I do know how most of the metal singers and how they do their vocals. It's very interesting, but it's fun. And I do it for fun. Your eyes are taking up the entire screen. Okay, I was just kidding. Uh, what's going on, Jonathan? In the house, in the building. Lesbian Space Cadet. Hello there. Uh, Ramen Queen. Hi from London. Hope everyone is doing okay. Welcome to the stream. Welcome in the building. Let me see. Can Hate says a Mexican magician once said he appeared on the count of three. Uno, dos, poof. He disappeared without a trace. Without a trace. That's a good one. That's a good one. That is a good one. I probably pin that up on the screen. Tragic reality was live. In the building. Okay. In the building. Okay, let me go ahead and fix this right quick so I can make sure I'm getting to the right people. Okay. We're gonna put this in live streams, and I'm gonna save that. No. And recording will be today. And okay. I know a good, this is the one I always use. Put that in there. I'm gonna have to turn off these lights because the landlord has all these crazy flies coming up in here. Let me see. What's going on, Lee James? in the building. I don't know what you're saying there. It's like you're it's like kind of talking and I don't know what you're saying. But hey man, welcome to the building. Welcome to the live stream. Welcome to the locker room. Welcome to the man cave. Welcome to the barbershop. Welcome to the place where a man can be a man. You know, like Chuck E. Cheese's, a place where a kid can be a kid. Welcome to the man cave, where a place where a man can be a man. Welcome to the man cave. You know, like in Chuck E. Cheese's, when they say where a Chuck E. Cheese's, a kid can be a kid. Welcome to the man cave, where a man can be a man. Oh man, that's actually a good one. I can make a T-shirt out of that. Welcome to the man cave where a man can be a man. Would y'all like? If I made that T-shirt? Would y'all buy it? Would y'all buy that T-shirt if I made it with my life story logo on it? Let me know in the chat. Do, do, do. Hey Dan. Mm, mm, mm. Excuse me. Mm, mm, mm. Do 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 do. I am in TikTok jail because I don't know she blocked me and TikTok arrested me, put me in jail. Wait, did I hit that right? Oh crap. Forgot the A. Okay. I don't even know why this in here. Wait, hold on. Tweak it and how I want it. I want this. And then do that. Get rid of GoFundMe. And then put support the channel. Okay. And then that's it for that. We're gonna exit that and put the tags in here. So we can get the algorithm can send the right people. I did all my homework today. I literally got nothing else to do. Nothing else to do. Yes, I am free. Everybody give me some. Man, and I'm gonna tell you guys, you know the hardest thing that I've been struggling with out of all the hardships that I done been through, I cannot seem I've been and it's so weird. I went 90 days without eating because I was pinching two nickels to get by. And as I was going for so long without eating, with no food or water. It's like now that I was able to be in a position to get something, it just felt like yesterday I was in the store and I could not figure out for the life of me what I wanted to eat. It was the most difficult, challenging task that I ever had to figure out. I didn't know if I wanted to get spaghetti. Do I want to make a steak dinner? What? I just didn't know what I wanted to do. It's like I just ran out of ideas of what I wanted to eat. It's like I really didn't want nothing to eat at all. You guys ever been to that situation where, you know, you don't even know what you want to eat no more? Somebody downstairs. I just feel like I don't know what I want to eat. And that is like, I don't know. And I've been not eating for so long, I don't know what I want to eat no more. Like half of the stuff that I get, it's like I'm getting of age. Not that I'm getting older, but I'm not getting any younger either. I don't know what I want to eat. I gotten so used to not eating no more. It's crazy. Be right back, guys. I be hearing too much stuff going on. Too much stuff going on. I'm trying to make sure that this This is ridiculous. Why not just put a whole entire rug here instead of this blank? I don't like this type of rug, but I don't know what to eat, you know? I appreciate you, OG, for setting it right, but I don't know, man. I don't know what to eat. And I gotten so used to not eating for so long. I don't know what to eat no more. I don't know what to eat no more. That's like, it's really challenging. I thought you was asleep for a minute. Oh no, I wasn't asleep. No, I got up to go do something. I got up to go do something and I came back. I just, as a matter of fact, well, um, if I'm not, I'm probably until the 20th of August because I'm planning on leaving the US again. However, it seems that I'm not going to be able to do that. So what I'm trying to do is I'm gonna have to save up enough money to reschedule my flight because I'm not gonna be able to take the flight on the on the 20th of August because with the whole thing with my security job and you know with the pay gap that I've been suffering, and so not too long. And if I'm not able to leave this year, it'll probably be sometime next year. Um, but I plan on leaving um sometime between this year and next year probably. I do love it here. I like the cold weather and I do enjoy like the mountains and stuff, but the people here are trash. The people here are trash, especially as a black man coming to Alaska. I get treated like shit here by the people here. But when it comes to Alaska as a state, like the wildlife, the elements, just the scenery, it's nice here, you know, and the transportation is very convenient here. You can take a bus, you can take a Uber, you can take a taxi. I have not seen a yellow taxi cab in ages in the state of Alabama. They got everything up here. But the people here are trash. Their attitudes is trash. They're very prejudiced, racist, all that other stuff. And they're so nitpicky and whatever. But Alaska as a place in itself is nice. It's just the people here are toxic or prejudiced. When school is done, where are you planning on residing? I wanna I plan on residing, maybe go to either, I'm trying to think, rather, everybody's going to Thailand. I don't know if I want to go to the Philippines. Um, I'm thinking of residing maybe in Vietnam, or uh I might go to Indonesia. I don't know. One of those places. I don't know. But I'm not really sure yet. I'm still trying to figure some stuff out. If this channel gets monetized and if I get, support or start making sales in my stores and stuff, then I probably make so much money to where I'm able to travel and do things and still make content. Because right now, I'm just aiming on getting an income source. So while doing some other stuff on the side too. So I want to go and reside in the Philippines, probably, or Thailand. Philippines or Thailand, one of the two. But I think, yeah, I think one of those two. I probably want to go there to get out of here because it's too expensive to live here in the U.S. You know, stole my money. Hmm. Oh, you're talking about them $40? Well, guess what? It's mine now. I don't even know who that guy is. But hey, even if it was your money, you shouldn't have never dropped it. Is starting a family in your plans in the future? I've never really thought about that. I used to make a big deal of that when I was 18 years old because I really, really wanted a family. But then as I got older and starting to kind of see the world for what it is, it's like instead of dying to have a family, I started thinking, do I really want to have a family in a crazy world like this? You know, if I were to have a family, I do not want to have a family here in the US because the education and, system sucks and it's too toxic here. And if I were to have kids, I want them to be whatever country that I reside into, which I'm still trying to choose if I want to go. I mean, I'm going to the Philippines. That's my first, just going to go visit, but not sure if I want to stay there or not. So I'm just trying to see what's there. Yeah, times are different now. Yeah, it is. And it's like, do you really like Ryan? He just came up here and he's from the UK. He said that his wife is holding his basically holding his daughter hostage because she wants him to sell his grandmother's house that she gave to him before she passed away. And that's crazy. I wish my grandmother would have offered me something, you know. I never had that. Didn't even have a father figure in my life. Nothing. I had to learn stuff from other men, had to get around some men because my own father wanted nothing to do with me, you know. And my own mother doesn't even text me to see if I'm dead or alive. She texts me saying, "Hey, I want you to teach me how to use AI." And I'm thinking, whatever happened to, "Hey son, how you doing?" Because she paid for me to get all the way up here, only to abandon me in a whole nother state. So if this YouTube channel pops off and I get the watch hours and all of that stuff, you know, um, and then I can start getting more traffic to my merch store. If people are interested in buying one of my shirts, that would be nice. And I just plan on residing in another country. I just haven't figured out which one I want yet, which is why I wanted to travel and explore different places before I make my decision because I may not want to stay in the Philippines. I may want to go to Thailand or I may want to go to Indonesia. I like Asia, so just don't know which place I want to go that I would actually like and enjoy being in. So that's kind of where I'm going with that. And then on top of that, if I do end up leaving here, I'm not going to really have time or either any money to be able to leave
to come back because, you know, because if I leave now, I gotta have some money to pay rent here. Then I gotta pay her rent for next month if I'm gonna be gone for 30 days. And then, it's just a lot of stuff I'm thinking about right now. And I started a GoFundMe because I was trying to build my future to be able to have some money to be able to pay for my classes or be prepared to when that time comes. And that's what I'm trying to do. But it's like no matter what you do, it just feels like you're falling behind. I had a conference call with a YouTuber that does YouTube automation. And he came up with all these different prices, saying that he charges $11700. That's a lot of money. Just so that he can do videos for me on for YouTube. And I'm just like, you shouldn't be charging nobody that much money to be doing all of this. And I only got into the conference call because I'm just sitting here like, and I told him that growing on YouTube is not easy. He said it is easy. I wish I was able to take over my grandmother's home before she passed, but at the time I wasn't in a good. Yeah, I wish my grandmother would do that too. You know, I'm from the state of Alabama, but it's like my auntie, even my own flesh and blood biological father, want nothing to do with me. He don't never call me to see if I'm dead or alive. He doesn't do anything. But you notice how the daughters, they're a whole different breed. The daughters will say something and the men will respond to it. So it's like when it comes to the sons, we don't get nothing. Especially us black men. We get treated like we don't even exist. But when it comes to the daughters, whether they black, white, whatever, they get more sympathy than we do. We don't get nothing. We get thrown out on the streets for stupid, petty reasons that's not really a reason to throw somebody out on the streets. And it's just like, it's crazy, especially when you're at your lowest point. And the people that, the people, the same type, the parents, your own people, the same parents that read bed stories to you when you were a kid, the same parents that spanked you when you did wrong, the same parents that take you to school or make sure that you went to bed so you can get up and go to school, the same parents that will put a roof over your head and cook something, the same parents that will tell you not to go in the refrigerator after hours, that will beat you up if you piss the bed every other day. These are the same parents that will throw you out on the streets. They will take you in a whole different place you ain't never been before and leave you there stranded. Now, I'm saying not all parents are like this. There are a few decent parents that are out there, but that's not the overall majority. And as I said in my other videos, my own flesh and blood uncle threw me out on the streets here in Alaska after taking an 18, 19-hour flight to get here for a job I didn't get. My mother used to try to reach me all the time when I was in the state of Alabama, but all of a sudden, she don't even reach out to me no more to see if I'm okay. She'll send me like fear-mongering videos, something with 666 and all of this other stuff. After I've already told her over the phone when we did speak that we can't control all of that. I don't want to watch all of that. I don't even want to watch them crazy pastors on GOCC. Because they going around claiming themselves to be Hebrew Israelites. I don't believe that shit. Because you don't know what we are. We're just we're just black folks living in the planet Earth. That's all I know. And, you know, it's just a lot of stuff they talk about, and it's like, you know, you can only control what you can control. So, with that being said, you know, we just got, I'm pretty sure I'm not the only one that's going through this. I know that there are some people that are going through dealing with their families rejecting their own sons, throwing them out on the streets. And they just talk to them as if like they've been talking every day, like nothing happened. And the fact that they can sleep at night knowing that they did all that stuff, it's like then you get told, and then what's worse, you get told, well, your family is not supposed to help you because you're a grown ass man. That's what we get told. We get told that. Us men, we get told that. Families are not supposed to be helping us. We also get told maybe it's just their way of showing you tough love. Maybe it's just their way of trying to teach you something. But then if it comes down to a female, they don't get the same response that us men get. They don't. They don't get the same response. They get more sympathy. Oh, well, hopefully you can find somebody and maybe things will be great. Or you can come and stay at my place. But if a man is going through that, well, maybe it's just here's the answers that us men get. Well, maybe that's just her way of, or her or his way of showing you tough love. Maybe it's just something about you that you need to change. Maybe it's something that you need to do. Maybe it's this and that that you have to do. This is for the men. This is what us men get told. But then if it was a female, oh, well, hey, you can come and stay at my place for a bit until you find something. Hey, I'm so sorry. Hey, you want to go later and we can get a bite to eat? Women get more sympathy than men do. We get thrown out on the damn streets and nobody's coming to save our asses. Nobody's saving our asses. Then they come to you when they and but check this out though. The moment you do reach success and the moment that you get a breakthrough, guess what? Everybody will be blowing you up. People that don't even talk to you from a 10-foot pole will reach out to you. Hey, if you ever need something, let me know. They only say that when you're successful. But when you're broke, busted, and disgusted, when you're dealing with stuff, when you got other people that want to try to do shaming tactics and say you're broke, forgetting the fact that prices that you're being priced out of America, gas prices is too damn high. Jobs are cutting down people's hours, even though you're working from 40 hours to 16 plus a week, busting your ass off with 2 or 3 jobs, and then you get told that you're broke. America is broke. That's the problem. Just like I went to Walmart, you got a whole slew of empty cashiers. Why all them damn cashiers empty? And even they only got one self checkout. And that line was all the way to the damn back of the bread store department. Why are they hiring these people? Whatever happened to Walmart always hiring every day? Now all of a sudden they get nitpicky of who they want to put in. We don't get no sympathy. We don't get nothing. We get told your family don't need to help you. You're a grown ass man. Well, you just gonna have to figure it out. Be a man. Oh, go ahead and man up. Figure it out. Then you got a female coming up in here talking about not all women are like that. Yeah, right. When these women are sitting up here wanting anytime when a chick gets with a man and that other chick wants the same guy that the other chick is dating or married to, every other chick will try to go and find that same guy that's the same guy as the one that they see another chick with. All of a sudden, it becomes a trending preference for every female in the entire country. I'm telling you, families don't give a shit about us. They don't. Then you got people coming up in here talking about you gotta have some game. When the whole time women are already running game on you from the start. They already done beat you to it. You got married men getting kicked out of their house because the woman go behind their back, cheat on them, then secretly file a divorce on them and accuse him of abuse. You got men that will punch holes in the wall, will take tables and chairs and throwing them across the room. But then they make it seem, but they go and lie and say, oh, well, he hit me. He touched me. He tried to slap me. He was yelling at me. Okay, but did he put his hands on you? Telling you, women get away with everything and they walk away unscathed. Us men, we don't get away with that shit. We don't. We don't get away with shit. They catch our asses doing something, we get jail for life or worse. If a female is caught doing something, she get a slap on the wrist. And that's it because she's a female. Y'all see where I'm going with this shit? I know what I'm talking about. And I know everybody else in this chat know what I'm talking about too. I'm not the only one that's seeing this. I'm not the only one that's noticing this. And I've been talking about this since 2018 all the way up until now. I've been preaching and I've been talking about this shit because I knew that there was going to be a time where this is going to happen. And now it's happening. Just like I talked about how the dating scene was getting messed up. Men are just going to say, you know what, screw it, I'm going to another country. Now you got the passport bro movement going on. Now you got people getting their passports leaving for a better life. And I'm going to tell you, parents and the public school systems are failing these kids. And every generation, it's repeating itself over and over and over. That's what's happening in America. You got way better school systems in other countries than you do here, especially in a third world country. If I'm going to have a family, it's going to be in another country. And I would not take them here to the United States of America or any country that's affiliated with America. Because I wouldn't want my kids to grow up acting like toxic, like all of these other people here in America, and the way they're acting, walking around and all of this other stuff. Like they can't just say, "Hey, how you doing?" No, mm-mm. Going around and if I had a daughter, I wouldn't go around telling men that they're broke, they can't do this, and they don't have this. It ain't nothing wrong with being broke, especially when you've done all you can. And prices is too damn high, and you can't get ahead because everything is too high. What job can you work that's gonna literally make you a millionaire? I'll wait. And so the shit that the landlord is saying, she just saying that because she ain't got no man in her life. They can shower her with money. Then made a statement to me, I want rich guys in my house. I don't want poor guys. Well, good luck with that. Because rich men, they got some common sense. They know that they ain't gonna waste their dollars here in the US. They gonna take their shit elsewhere. And some of the ones that she talking about, they ain't coming to the US. They going to other countries, living a good life. Some in Vietnam, Thailand. You got most of them retiring in the Philippines. They living good. They ain't trying to live this ridiculous life where in a country where a paycheck is becoming a luxury instead of something that you need in order to take care of what you got going on. Paychecks are becoming a luxury now on these jobs. And now you can't even apply for government jobs now because they want all your information out. And the big beautiful bill, it ain't doing shit for this damn country. It's just for Donald Trump and his administration. It ain't doing shit for the American people. I called my college today. They mentioned about the big beautiful bill, which was not doing any good for me. They're saying that the big beautiful bill, because I go to college, I'm a college student. They told me instead of them going by the credits for the school, they're going to buy how many how much out instead of going by what they think that I'm eligible for, they're going by the credits that I have. And they using that to rectify like how much money I should get to continue my schooling in my bachelor's degree program. That shit ain't helping me. And it ain't helping nobody else that's going to school. What's going on, Halster? Talking to the wall, bro, not us. It ain't doing nothing for us. You know? Silent Peter. What's going on? DCX? What's going on, Halster? What's going on, Wishmaster? Thank you guys for joining in. It ain't doing nothing for us. Well, not for me either. It's only all of these bills that they're passing is only for Donald Trump and his administration. It ain't doing shit for this damn country. All these damn bills he's passing, it ain't doing nothing for this country. There are no changes that are happening right now. In 2027, remember this conversation we had on this live stream. In 2027, it's going to get even worse than it is here in 2026. Just watch and see what I tell you. When it starts happening, you're going to remember these words I said. You're going to be like, you know what? Chaos was right. My life story, he was right. He did say that it was going to get worse. It's going to get worse next year. You ever notice why these months are passing by so quickly? Yeah, it was May. Now it's June. August is around the corner. You ever notice that? The same thing happened in 2025. I don't know. It's just not going to look too good. At some point, something's going to give. I got some mango juice. Y'all need to try that. It's some good juice. Ooh, that mango is pretty good. I think mango was probably going to be one of my favorite fruits. Appreciate you, OG. But man, I'm telling you, parents don't give a shit about us men. But they give more sympathy to their daughters. And then, me and my mother, we were sitting down, we were talking one day, and she starts talking about, like, she starts talking about how, you know, how she never, how she wished that she never had my sister because I got a sister and me and her don't get along. And so she was talking about, well, I'm just making sure that you don't be out on the streets, you know, because I know is it getting hard and blah, blah, blah. And, you're the only best friend that I got. And we had these conversations before, but it's like she, along with my father, they don't even check up on me to see how I'm doing. You know, she talked about, I told her I wanted to go to the Philippines, and I guess maybe she's gonna help me, maybe not, I don't know. But I'm not gonna wait for her to help me if she ain't. But she was like, well, you just want to get there. And I said, yeah. And I'm just trying to figure out, like, what am I gonna do after because I don't know. Then she was like, well, guess what? Well, that's something you gonna have to figure out. But see, if it was her daughter saying that stuff, well, I mean, you can come stay with me, and then you can just go get a job right down the street and but whatever. But then if it comes to us men, well, that's something you gonna have to figure out. You see what I'm saying? Parents don't give a shit about us. And then it just makes you wonder sometime, like, how come parents can't just adopt us? Hello there, Tiffany Smith. What's up? Welcome to the stream. How come parents can't just adopt us? Like, hand us up for adoption to a better, well rounded family that can actually support us. If they just don't want nothing to do with us. If they just want a daughter and they just don't want a son, why put us men through the ringer and having us out here figuring the world problems out instead of just helping us out, giving us for adoption if you don't want us? That's just the way I look at it. Adopt us to a wealthy family or something. Yeah, I wish I can go out for a job so I don't have to take care of my sister and my dad has blood cancer. And what state are you from, Tiffany? Yeah, but see, my thing is, That's a lot you're doing. But I'm gonna tell you, us men, we got it worse. We don't get nothing. We have to go out there in the streets and figure everything out because our parents don't care about nothing. They don't care about helping us do nothing. Let's see. And my dad has bladder cancer, and I was saying he had a bladder kings, and I was not trying to be you, you know. Yeah, I understand. My thing is, why not just put your father in a group home somewhere? Let the people take care of him, you know, because there's only so much you can do. And as far as looking for a job, it's hard to find a job out here. It's hard. It's hard to find a job out here. It's like there's no hope whatsoever. Mm. There's no hope. And then you got other Americans, they sit up here and they act as if like finding a job is easy. No, it's not. Especially if you know you're gonna get turned down. Especially if you know that you're going through interview after interview and then you gotta remarket yourself. It gets tiring and exhausting. It's tough finding a job out here. Even Walmart, that supposed to be always hiring, they get nitpicky too. I just came back from Walmart, had over 6 items that cost me almost $40. And then on top of that, they had a whole slew of empty cashiers. But they got all these people backed up all the way from the bread department to the self checkout. And over like approximately 5 cashiers were empty and only 3 was open. I'm just like, these corporations, this is why I always say start your own business. You can use Fiverr. Fiverr, you can do commissions for $5. Then you can increase the price once you get sales. Where he where was he asking you what state I live in? It is. Where was he asking me? No, I just asked you, Tiffany, of what state you live in or where you from. I always ask people that. Was he asking? Yeah, so yeah. I was just asking where you were from, yeah, what state you live in, yeah. Are you being held hostage? Nope, I ain't being held hostage. Do you like Benjamin? I don't know who that is. I cannot answer that question because I don't know who that is. But welcome to the stream, F4. Man, it's already an hour-long stream. It's like because I've been sitting here with less people for about 20, 30 minutes. But I know everybody's doing something. It's Israel Prime Minister. Well, I don't really know about that. I don't really know much about the Israel Prime Minister, so I can't say as to whether I like him or not. I don't really know much about him or her or whoever. Auto UG4 DP Doggy. No, I'm not being held hostage. So I can't answer that question, bro. I don't know. I don't really care about ministries and prime ministers. The only thing I care about is living in a country where it's affordable housing, low cost of living, low cost of groceries, and a low cost of, and actually living life, not always surviving and rushing to punch a clock for somebody else's company working every day. Then you got these disoriented, stressful managers that will throw things on you when they supposed to be communicating with you about something that you supposed to do, but they always want to preach about communication is key when it benefits them. But when it don't benefit them, they just, you know, it's like they just do a whole 60-degree turn. And people on these jobs don't even practice what they preach. Managers, HR, whatever they call themselves. They don't practice what they preach. They don't give a damn about communication. They just tell it to you to tell you that while they be breaking the rules behind the scenes, doing stuff that they know they ain't supposed to be doing. Now my thing is, I love to work. I love to work. I just don't like working for somebody else. I don't like rushing to have to punch somebody else's clock. Then I gotta figure out how much money am I gonna get for this week. Thinking about, okay, what if they cut my hours? You know, what if this happened? I can't even get this or do that. I gotta be forced to do something I don't like because they need people over there. But then you got, considering I work at the deli, you got people that when they order stuff, they don't be Pacific. They get upset and they mad because nobody bothered to ask them if they wanted anything to drink when they could have just said, hey, can I have something to drink? They don't look at the fact that, okay, we dealing with a whole slew of customers. And sometimes we forget, hey, would you like a drink with your order? It's crazy. It's ridiculous. When it comes to us men, they don't care. They don't care about their own sons. But the daughters, the females, are always going to get sympathy over the men. And then when you got a mom that starts talking about how evil and demonic or trying to demonize, I got these pastors demonizing AI, but they don't understand that in the wrong hands, it can be used for evil, but in the right hands, it could be used for righteous. Just depends on who's using AI. But they act like AI is just a mind of its own and it just does whatever it wants. Next thing you know, my mother wants me to teach her how to use AI. But you just sent me videos of pastors talking about how trying to demonize AI and how AI is. So why do you want to learn it? If the pastors you listen to are already telling you whatever, because you don't do the research yourself. AI is not evil. It's just the person that's using it for evil things. That's the difference. Tell you. And then one thing I noticed when you're in church, or going to any of these churches, you're not learning anything from these churches. The U.S. reported they gained 170,000 plus employees recently. I was surprised by that number. So they hiring? Are they hiring a lot of these employees? Are they getting rid of them? Because I'm gonna tell you, if they're rehiring these employees, then I mean they shouldn't have never let them go in the first place. But then you also gotta look at it too. You know, what if these jobs actually shut down and to the point where you're not able to make no money anymore? Just imagine like what would happen. What would happen? You see what I'm saying? And my thing is, it's like they putting all these data centers out here too. Jeez. So what if I have to guess? It's probably the corporate jobs like Amazon, because I know Amazon been laying off so many people, and I think the reason they're rehiring some of these people back, if those are the same half of that 14 million of people that got laid off, is because they tried to use AI to replace them and they couldn't get AI to do what it needed to do, so they wanted to rehire those people back. But you know what would probably be crazy? If none of those people want to work anymore. They're like, forget that. mm, they shouldn't have. They should never. I'm telling you. My thing is, don't depend. And for some of these people, don't depend on these jobs. People tell. I had a person that coworker that came up to me, and he said, all you got to do is work and show up to work every day, do what you got to do, and that's all you got to do. You can do that. I know some workers that don't even miss a day of work. They come to work on time, they do everything they was told to do, and they do a great job and still get fired. They still get fired and they still get fired. It doesn't even matter how good of a job they do. They will still get fired either way. And I always tell people like try to do something on the side that you're good at. So if something don't work out at the job, at least you'll have something to fall back on. That's what I'm trying to do. And see, the only crazy thing is when I told this YouTuber guy that I had a conference with, and he does YouTube automation. He says that it's easy to grow on YouTube. But I've been consistent on this channel than I do on my gaming channel. You know what I'm saying? And I still ain't even and I'm getting told that you gotta have a 1K view following, and I'm just like, that's impossible. It's possible, but it's just, you're posting, you're doing what you're supposed to do, and you're not getting the views that you're supposed to get. I mean, yeah, you can treat YouTube like a business, but what comes with that? What else that comes with that? It kind of seems like, on the other hand, you have to enjoy doing this, but then on the other hand, you got to treat it like a business. But if you don't enjoy what you're doing, I mean, if you're just treating it like a business, that's almost like saying you're not supposed to enjoy what you're doing, but you're only treating it like a business because you're only doing it just to make money. And there's nothing wrong with making money on YouTube, but you got to enjoy what you're doing. I mean, yeah, you're treating it as a business, but at the same time, you got to enjoy it. If you don't enjoy it, then you know there's no point in doing social media. If they hiring that many people, they shouldn't have laid them off in the first place. I wouldn't be surprised if they turned around and fired these people again. I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised. I'm telling you, man. Parents will tell you that they love you, that you are the most sweetest young man they ever walked the earth. But then the moment you get older, you're out on the streets. I done went and sat down with my father during the time that I was in the state of Alabama. I sat down with him, and all he would ever talk about is all of the things that my mother did when he was married to her in the past, right? I didn't care about all of that. All I cared about was trying to rekindle the father and son time that I missed out on because I was single mother raised, and I didn't have a father figure in my life. So going to my biological father in hopes that, you know, it was more like I'm reaching out to him than him reaching out to me. And he just, since then, I did all I could. He wouldn't contact me. He's got my number. He wouldn't contact me. He wouldn't do nothing to see if I was dead or alive. And I'm the only son he got, only child he got. When I was just a kid, I always wanted to go and hang out with my daddy. I always wanted to spend some time with him, you know. And then when I got older, he just got to the point where he just didn't want nothing to do with me anymore. And my mother is pretty much an understatement at this point. She don't even talk to me much anymore, unless if she needs something, you know. She didn't even care the fact that my uncle threw me out on the streets because his family, it ain't really, it was something towards what I said and did, but it was more so of his kids didn't like me being in that house. So they came up with some kind of reasons and try to use me as an excuse for whatever they were doing to kick me out of their house. And I turned around and I'm like, so you're throwing me out in a whole different state. I have no money. I came here with nothing but the shirt on my back because I lost everything in a car accident in another state. And you're throwing me out on the streets in a whole nother state I'm not even from. Really. So it kind of got around to that point. And I'm just like, okay. And now I'm staying here with a landlord that's talking about putting me in the garage for 6 months. Just like, this is crazy. Yep. I went to the mall one day and I spoke with this store clerk here in Alaska. And this is to prove to you that us men don't get any sympathy. We was talking about how I had a back and forth with the Uber driver. I did a YouTube short about it. And I think I did a video about that as well. And we were just talking. I was sharing him my story of how I ended up here, right? The sooner when I started mentioning about the job market crisis in 2026, that's when he started to act like a child and oblivious to what's going on in his own country that he lives in. And then I told him, well, there's a lot of people on YouTube and there's a lot of people on TikTok. What's going on, Joanne? What's up, man? In the building. What's up? And, you know, he was like, well, maybe they just pretending like they can't find a job and they just decided to do videos about it. I said, I don't think they're pretending. I don't think they're pretending. That doesn't sound like that they're pretending to me. Especially when you have a slew of TikTok videos of people crashing out, struggling, can't even find a job, getting laid off. I don't know. I don't think they're just pretending. I think this is real. But this guy doesn't even do his research. He just thinks that, oh, because, you ever notice when you're talking about how it's hard to get a job as a man, right? They always want to throw in, you can drive a truck, or you can join the military, or you can, uh, you can work for this trucking company. You can drive a bus, a school bus. But then you tell them that those jobs don't really align with your skill set, it's like they try to guilt shame you into feeling like, oh, well, maybe you just don't want a job then. What's going on, Rebecca Towns? I'm doing good today. How you doing? Welcome to the stream. I appreciate the likes. I appreciate the love. Um, and he was talking about, and see, here in Alaska, people always talk about working at the slope. And when I talk to people that actually work there, they act so disoriented, like they don't really know what companies you can work. They don't even try to help you or nothing. They just know people and and I'm just like, why are we even talking about this? At this point, you ever notice how like you talk about something when it comes to jobs and then when it's become so useless, you're like, well, why are we even talking about this in the first place if you ain't really gonna be planning on trying to put somebody on? Thank you, Rebecca. I appreciate the sub. Michael Jackson. Man, you guys are really fans of Michael Jackson, huh? I did know about a movie that was supposed to come out. I heard it was pretty good. I'm more into DC Marvel. Uh I gotta go see Mortal Kombat and Masters of the Universe. I gotta see those movies. Just hadn't got around to it yet. Haven't got around to it yet. So, um, so it's like he was like, "Well, you never know. I mean, it's so many high demand and I'm just like, just because a job is in high demand, that doesn't mean that they're just gonna hire anybody just because a job is in high demand. People can say that about every job. Just like they talk about, well, the slope, if you want to make a lot of money. But guess what? There are certain places, certain jobs, they don't offer housing. So if you go there to work, you have to pay for housing, you have to pay for your flight, you have to do what you're supposed to do. And at the same time, they expect you to come to work. I did some research on it and I spoke with the HR that actually works with the people that go to the slope. And that's what she told me. Now, it's a lie. She told it. Because I got on the phone and I called these people. And that's something that these people that claim that they came from the slope, that's what they don't tell you. See, it's always good to do your research because people don't know what they're talking about. They don't even care about the oil revenue that's going down and why all of these jobs are job freezes. They don't know. They don't care. It's ridiculous. And he was like, yeah, and you just gotta be positive. You gotta do this and that. And that's their only comeback. And so I was speaking to this lady about it at the mall one day, and she was all like, well, maybe it's just something that you're not doing. Maybe it's just you. Maybe it's just your way of doing things. Maybe it's just their way of showing, your parents showing tough love. This is what females will tell men. In the same way that they'll tell men that you should have picked better, that you should have just wore a condom, that you should have just kept it in your pants. But then if it was the other way around, if it was a female, they're like, wow, that is crazy. Hey, you can work for me. Or hey, I know this job here, you can actually work here, girl, and go get go get, you can actually work here and blah blah blah. You know how women do when they trying to butter each other up. They always trying to give everybody else advice and telling them everything. But when it comes to the men, oh, well, maybe you just need to change this. Maybe it's just your way of doing things. Maybe you just doing things all wrong. Maybe it's just you. Oh, I'm just so sorry. Like, your ass ain't sorry. I ain't trying to defend the Uber driver. Yes, you are defending him. I don't care if you defend him. You know, he's just as delusional as you are. Then she gonna tell me that she was homeless but living with her mother. Now, how are you homeless and you living with your mother? A person that's being homeless is a person like I was going through, living in your car or a hotel for 6 months or 6 years, taking showers at random places, not being able to cook your own meals, but having to eat out all the time. So with that, I just said, you know what? I'm not talking to this lady no more. She is just not really she's not really resonating what I'm going through. Cause she ain't been through she don't seem to be don't understand what it she don't understand nothing, really. And you know, when you talk to people like that, it's like talking to a brick wall with these people because they don't care. And yet you got people coming up here, especially in my chat, especially with the and then like people always talk about, oh, you can go to church and you can meet you somebody and blah blah blah. They act like church is the only place to go in the face of the universe when there are other places that you can go to. And then when you go to these churches, people be looking at you crazy. They don't say hello to you. They don't say nothing. And then when they do, it's always a glory, hallelujah, how you doing? Blah 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 blah. And they say all of this crap because you're black. They don't even treat you like a human being like they do with everybody else that ain't black. And some of these people got the fakest smile that you ever see. I remember one time a friend of mine invited me to his church. I think it's called One Hope. When I came into that church felt like going into a dry, empty environment. The people there were just like very empty inside. And there was this older lady. I think she was about like in her mid 50s. She had the fakest smile on her face that I have ever seen before. I'm just like, there are a lot of fake people in this church. So I told him, if you're trying to find love and relationships, you're not going to find it in the church. Why do you think a lot of men leave the church in the first place? I mean, only people you'll see is probably teenagers. The rest of the people, either they are married or you'll see like older women that got about 3 kids that they take into church or a single mother with 3 kids. You don't really find nobody there that ain't got no kids. What's going on? Stephen Kelly Belly in the building. Shout out to Stephen Kelly Belly in the building. He reads, that sounds like your soul was a vacuum cleaner stuck in these erections. Maybe an angel was telling you something. Maybe the angel was telling me something. Maybe it wasn't. But I can tell you one thing. The angel was telling me, hey, my presence is not here. You shouldn't even be in this church. My presence is not in these churches. That's what the angel was telling me. Because it's funny, the more educated I got in the Most High, and the less educated I was going to church every day. And these pastors ain't teaching them nothing. I mean, these churches, parents, and the school system are failing every generation that comes after. They're failing these kids in America. I used to be a security guard at a movie theater once. There was a church group that came in. They had all these kids and stuff rolling around, dancing around, all on the floor in the game room. You got two others kissing in the middle of the doorway of the auditorium at the theater. I'm just like, is this a church group? They got the itty bitty baby kids wandering all over the place. They ain't even paying attention to where these kids are roaming off to. These people from, I don't know who their pastor was, but they were not teaching these kids nothing. They're failing these kids. So, which brings me to this question. This is going to be a little off topic. And I want you guys to put your votes in the chat. What do you think would be better? Spaghetti or a steak dinner with rice and vegetables? Place your votes in the chat. And I'll tell you why when I get back. Alright, guys, I'm back. Let's see. Telling you something. Okay. Ain't nobody comment yet. The landlord was talking about $3. He paying you $3? What are you gonna do with $3? Try some fast wash. And you already got people paying you rent, and now you talking about paying you. Ain't nobody paying that. Sure as hell won't. Steak, rice, and veggies. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea, OG. That sounds like a good idea. To my some $3 for wash. She need to just let people wash clothes and stop trying to charge people for washing clothes. Especially if you got people paying rent. So I'm gonna tell you, I ain't paying her shit. $3 my ass. Cause usually she would charge $5 for a longer wash and $10. I need $10 for longer wash and $5 for the short wash. Now she changing it to $3. But I'm not paying that. Especially if I already paid you rent. Paying you no $3. And she was like, don't say anything about paying a deposit. Well, then you keep doing that, I'm gonna say something. Because I already done told the roommate how she let these chicks stay here rent free. She got these chicks staying up in here for rent free. I don't pay. She over here shouting $3. Paying you shit. out of paying you $3. I just paid her $200, and now she's shouting for $3. It is kind of a unusual way, but this is the reason why I don't like being here. And yes, my plan is to leave Alaska, especially out of this place, because the landlord here, she likes to extort money out of people. Just like I went down there to get my clothes out of the wash. She told me something, that's $3. I'm not paying her shit. I just already paid you of what's left. I'm not paying you $3. Doesn't make any sense. And you know, the crazy thing about it is, I hadn't washed my clothes in 6 months. And I think a lot of people don't wash their clothes here either. Yeah, but yeah, she talks about like it's just so quiet in this house now. And the only time I wash my clothes is when there's a lot of noise and distraction. And that's one of the reasons why I want to leave here, because it's like, if I'm paying rent, why are you charging people to wash clothes? It don't make no sense, especially if you're letting people wash their clothes. You shouldn't be charging people $5 or $10 or $3 a wash. You see what I'm saying? And this is one of the reasons why a lot of people they never wash their clothes there. Because it's like if I gotta pay $5 or $10 a wash after I just paid rent, and then I gotta pay to wash my clothes and to dry it, I might as well just go to the laundry and wash my clothes there. She's just doing everything she can to extort money out of people. She sits up there in the washer. She sits up there in the living room to listen to everything that goes on, which is why a lot of people they leave this house. That's why I sometimes leave the house and I get up and I go somewhere and I go hang out than to be here because staying here it's like staying here is like you got no you got it's like a prison, you know. She sits around and she listens to what goes on here. Even when I go out that door, she's like, she'll call people's names out. She'd be like, hello, hello. And I'm just like, yeah. And I can see a lot of people get in their cars and they leave, or they walk, or take buses. And that's why it's so empty in this house. I myself don't want to be in here, right? I don't want to be in here. I'd rather go somewhere else where I can talk. You know what I'm saying? Because you can't really talk in a place like this. And it's so quiet, you can hear something drop. But I'm gonna tell you this, I'm not paying her shit. I just paid her for the half of the rent. And it's like, I'm not paying you $3. My rent is $600 a month. And I'm not going to pay you extra money. And here's the crazy part about it. I had a roommate that when I first moved here, he told me that she was a liar and she was a scammer. He told me that before he left. At first, I'm like, maybe he's just over exaggerating. The longer I stayed here, and I call her the crazy landlord because she is crazy. There have been times when I come here into the house, she's spying on houses and stuff. She be spying on people. She be spying on people. Everybody that comes into the house. Let me get this set up right quick. Let's see. okay. I'm probably gonna cook later on. But that's what she does. And it's ridiculous, really. It's really ridiculous. Hold on. It's really ridiculous. Maybe I should. Okay, that's better. Wait a minute. Okay, that's better. And it's kind of sad, to be honest with you. And that's what she does. Mm, 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 mm. Mm, 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 mm. Let me see if I can get this set up. Get things set up. I really don't want to do. OBS, but we're gonna get this set up. Okay. And last but not least, I need to get that audio from this phone. So, hang on tight, guys. I'll be right back. All right. So, all right. So, I'm gonna do another live stream, and it's going to be on my computer. Remember, there's gonna be two live streams. It's gonna be one vertical, the other one that's gonna have the red dot next to the title. That's gonna be a horizontal live stream, which is gonna be on here. But I gotta get this set up. Let's see. Let me see if I can do this here. And I gotta change to the stream. Okay, I got it on my live story. Perfect. So, we got to do something about this here. Do a voice. There we go. And we are going to do um yeah, this is ridiculous. Her and that stupid dog, I tell you. So I'm not gonna pay you nothing to myself. That's $3. $3 my ass. Just paid you like majority of my money. Next time, I'm just gonna go to the laundromat and wash my clothes. I'm gonna go to the laundromat next time. I got those space saver bags that I use. I'm gonna start using that, and I'm gonna carry my stuff out there, wash it, fold it, suck the air out of it. There we go. Easy pickings. That'll be nice. It'll be good. I just need to buy some more space saver bags. I need to get that electronic suction cup thing. I need to get one of those. Okay, so we are doing the okay, so device the audio capture. I don't know. Okay, so how do I'm trying to figure out how do I Yeah, I'm just glad she got some distraction because I ain't paying her shit. She can kiss my ass. Okay. Where is my This is crazy. Um this is crazy. I can't seem to figure out. I'll figure it out. Maybe it's this one. Property. To my son, that's $3. I'm not paying you $3. I mean, what you gonna do with $3 anyway? She ain't doing nothing with $3. There's nothing that she can do with $3. She just full of it. But she don't want me to say nothing about the deposit. And she was like, don't tell people about the deposit. And I'm just like, I already done told them that you had two people living here for free. And they weren't paying no damn deposit. And she made a statement. She said, I don't have to pay a deposit because I got a small room. Your ass was making me pay deposit. But then she had another roommate. She told how I was homeless. That ain't something you tell other people. And then the roommate that she kicked out told me that she said that I still owe her money. I'm telling you, something wrong with that landlord. And I'm starting to think that other roommate that was there, he was right about her. Only reason I chose to stay here because I couldn't find a room to rent out. And I was pressed for time because I didn't have enough time to really find a place to go in a place that I don't know. And strategically, my uncle was kicking me out. So it didn't give me enough time to find somewhere I actually wanted to be. And I didn't know where to go because, I done came all the way up here for, the reason I came to Alaska was came up here for a fresh start and getting my life back on track after being homeless for so many years. Only to go through some more bullshit. I'm telling you, us black men, we be going through some crazy shit. Our families don't give a shit about us. My thing is, if they don't give a shit about us, why can't they just give us up for adoption? Let somebody else that would give a shit about us to take care of us. You know what I'm saying? Stop having, stop trying to raise us and then treat us like shit. And then when we get of age, you throw us out on the damn streets and don't even see if we dead or alive. You don't want any kids, don't have them. Is it really that simple? You know? But that doesn't exist in the languages of other people, you know. I'll put I got to figure out how did I do it. Maybe if I go live, maybe that'll help. I can't seem to remember. This is quick time input? What is quick time input? Hold on. Okay, that ain't helping. That is not helping me. I don't know what's going on here. Let me do this with the light right quick. Let me stretch that out a little bit because I want you guys to hear. I'm gonna do a live stream because I really want you guys to hear this. So let me get this set up here. The goofiness I have, and I got other tracks too that I recorded her on. She don't know she being recorded, but I recorded her so I can give you guys the content. I got the receipts. All right, let me see. All right. Tell you these landlords, they are greedy and they are money hungry. I'm telling you. When it comes time to be making some money, they don't miss a damn beat. I'm gonna try this. We don't need to do scheduling. It's gonna be peoples and blogs, and if you guys don't use, it's nothing wrong with using AI. You know what I'm saying? If you're trying to do a description or you're trying to come up with a title, don't be ashamed in using that. Don't be ashamed. Don't be ashamed. About something that's $3. I'm not paying you shit, and I just paid you rent. And what the hell you gonna do with $3 any damn way? She ain't gonna do nothing with $3. What the hell you gonna do with $3? To my son, a washing. It's like forget about all of that. You know what I'm saying? I can see why a lot of people don't wash their clothes here. She just charging people. You mean to tell me you got people paying rent, and then at the same time you expect them to go buy toilet paper and stuff for the house? On top of that, pay you another additional $3 to wash their clothes? No. Uh-uh. She ain't making nothing convenient for nobody. She just up and just does stuff. No. I'm not paying you that. No. Not paying you that. No. Ain't nobody paying you that. Let me know if you guys can hear me on this side. And I'm gonna cook some steak, rice, and vegetables in a few minutes. I bought some squash, but I'm gonna have to cut it up myself because it was cheaper. I'm just gonna be getting that squash because ain't nobody getting no squash. I love squash. Yeah, I like squash. I like squash. There's spaghetti squash and all that other squash. Any kind of squash, I love squash. Don't get me started with some food. Okay, so let's see, rename filters, go to property. Let me see. Microphone, MacBook Pro, microphone, and I'm trying to figure out. Okay, so I just don't get it. Where on earth? How on earth did I manage to do it? How did I do it? I have completely forgot. Let me see. We are going to figure this out together. Okay, property. No. There is something else here. It was something. I don't really get it. Let's go to filters. Maybe that's it. I don't get it because I used to share stuff on here. Okay, let me just go ahead and remove all of this because I don't understand. I got too much going on. Okay, capture card device. Okay. Um, as soon as I find out how to do this, okay, I'll do this. Um, see, I already have. Um, see, I already got a voice. Maybe it's the game. I just cannot find it anywhere. No, that ain't it. So, let me see. No. Mm, 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 mm. Mm, 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 mm. Let me see your window. Wow. Now I can do that now? A capture card device. Hmm. Maybe I need to hook this up. I don't know. I'm still trying to figure this out, guys. Trying to figure this out because I have no idea how to do it. I have no idea. Because I did it before. I did it before. Air catcher device. Okay. Let's see. Application. Okay. The application is it was QuickTime Player. There we go. Hit okay. What's this? Okay, let me see here. Let me pull this up. If I can find it. Okay, so this is for. So I went to S capture, but then oh, okay, I see it now. I know how to do it now. I got it figured out. Okay, QuickTime players. All right. So, um, so what I want you guys to do, go over to my other live stream. Is on the same channel. The one with the red dot on the title is my horizontal live stream. Go there, OG, if you can, and I'm gonna play a sound, and I want you to tell me if you can hear it. It's gonna be on my OBS studio. Sorry, I was moving. I was moving all over the place. I was moving all over the place. I don't think it. OG, you there? He might be gone. Okay, let me scoot this up. Just because she's from Poland, that doesn't mean that she doesn't understand how things work. You know, I don't know. Maybe she stopped doing deposits. Maybe she wouldn't have to owe people anything. Because when I spoke to her about it, she kind of acted like she couldn't even remember, like, if I owe her something or not. And that was ridiculous. Anyway, let's get to it. See, I only paid her 200 because money was tight. And I just started my new job. And, when you start for the first time, your paycheck is not that much, right? So that's basically what I was doing. Oh, let me do something right quick. Oh, I can't. Let's see. Okay, yes I can. There we go. And that was the only thing, right? Actually, give me 1 second. I'm actually gonna choose my other headset because I don't really like these. Because it's just not really I don't know. I'm gonna still work with these. Work with these as much as I can. All right, let's get to it. Hold on, guys. I hear a little fuzz. I don't like that sound. I'm gonna have to update my computer. That's what I need to do. And I'm gonna do that soon. Just right now. Oh my goodness. This is ridiculous. Okay. Okay. Hold on, guys. I don't like that buzz. I don't know what's going on. Okay, so the output, if I do this, this is for the game. And then this one would be, let's try that and see that works. I may have to make some changes to, there we go. Of course, I was at work, so wait. So she's saying what now? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Okay, why is it not playing? Why is it not playing? Okay, so let's. Okay, let's see. Something ain't right. Okay, so let's do this again. Um, let's do this again. Something ain't right. Um, open with click media player. Okay, so now we do this with. Okay, restart capture. Okay. And let's see. All right, let's move this. So here's the thing. So if she has the whole entire rent, how much was this? Just do this. This is really messing me up. Okay. Okay. So this ain't working. We're gonna close quick time player. And here's what I'm gonna do. Because for some reason it's not working. I don't know why it's doing this. We're gonna use this. Okay. Now, okay. So I don't know what's going on with such a pain in the balls. Go to music. Let's do that. And we should have it flipped here. Okay. Of course, I'm at work. I'm not trying to meet nobody, you know? I mean, because she didn't really bother to meet me when I first saw her, you know? So it's like, yeah, she didn't really seem all that she wanted to meet somebody when I was there. So she ain't gonna meet nobody now. People gotta work. And nobody, they don't have time to be meeting people. I don't have time to meet people. Who has time to meet somebody? Nobody has time to meet people. I don't. All right. Mm, paying his bills. Interesting. You know, it's always funny how a female is always with a man, but they're doing everything for that man, but they always getting with the type of dudes that don't really care about them. They'll do anything for those. But when it comes to guys like us, they don't do nothing for us. You ever notice that? They talk about broke men and then date a guy that can't even pay his bills. Make that shit make sense. Make it make sense. Hmm. I asked her a question. She can't even keep track. She looked at all confused when I answered that question. Exactly. Or that's just more money for you to steal. That's just more money for her to steal. I'm not moving nobody shit. Hell no. Mm-mm. My thing is, I'm not trying to be mean or anything, but my thing is, it's like this. If, hold on for a second, something else I need to do. Okay. Because here's my thing with this is that, you know, if you are wanting people, if here's my thing, like, why would I want to move, help somebody else move? So that's just more money for you to steal, right? I'm not doing that. I mean, I hope things work out for her, but I'm not helping her move anywhere. I'm not helping her. Extreme. Oh, for a second. Excuse me. All right. I'm gonna pin this at the top. So if you guys want to join me on the other stream, you can. And if you guys want to support, you can find my Cash App inside of this chat. That's too much. I got a okay, I got a plan for that. Give me 1 second. Do 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 do. Do, 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 do. Yeah. And you notice she didn't even talk. Well, let me just get to that when I get to that. And there's my link if you guys want to show your support. But the link to the other stream on this channel, you can click that link and join them. All right, now that we got that sorted out, let's continue this nonsense. Wow. So earlier she made a statement saying that she like that her daughter likes broke men. But then now she's saying that
but now she's saying that he is basically fat and overweight, and he's not a conversationalist. Like, half of the people are not conversationalists in this damn country. You see how picky women are in America? Now, her mother said, which is the lady I'm talking to right now, she said that her daughter likes broke men. Now she's judging him, saying that he's fat and overweight and he's not a conversationalist. Interesting. You see how picky American women are? And I'm pretty sure if this roommate ever found out about this, it would probably hurt his feelings based on the way that the landlord described of the way he is. There's a lot of picky women in America. Like I said, if you got if you're making money, you got an income source, book your flight, go somewhere where you're appreciated, a country that you're being appreciated, not tolerated. Yeah, that's a lot of shit to be having. Yeah, I'm not doing that. I'm not wasting my off days helping her. But, you know, I'll meet her, but helping her move is out of the question. Of course, it might break the man's heart, you know? That's the thing. Women in this country are picky. They can sit there and they can talk about men fat, 360 pounds overweight, but you got a lot of these women out here that are 360 pounds overweight. A lot of these Samoan women out here that live in Alaska are 360 pounds plus overweight. But see, it's different if a woman says that about a man, but if a man says that, he gets shut down. You ever notice that? That's crazy. It's how picky these women are, and that's why they're not very desirable. You know, how you gonna try to make fun of this guy like that and say stuff like that when you got a bunch of these women out here that are fat and overweight, got tattoos up on their leg side and all over the damn place. They walking out, letting themselves go. And half of these women are not even in shape. I bet right now, if you go to the gym, you're only going to see very few people at the gym. Majority of the women don't even go to the damn gym. How you going to judge somebody else, a man being overweight, when you got these women are overweight and they don't even care about staying in shape? Make it make sense. All right, let's get to this nonsense. So let me clarify. So I told her that I was going to the graduation ceremony, not a vacation. And I told her that I was going to be gone for 30 days. But what I'm really going is I'm going to because I need a break from this place. But I was really gonna go visit the Philippines and come back. But you don't want to let your left hand know what your right hand. So that's what I was on. You know? Exactly. Hey, OG, go to my other live stream and I'm gonna play some sounds in the back. I don't know if you're watching the horizontal live stream, but I got some sound playing in the background. I just want to know if you can hear it. Just comment in the chat on that horizontal live stream if you can. But yeah, that's what his daughter said. Her daughter was like, oh, he's not a conversationalist. I was like, okay, well, half of the people in Alaska are not conversationalists. Think about it. If you saw a girl that you wanted to link up with, what did she always tell you? Oh, I'm an introvert. Don't they tell you that? Okay, so the horizontal live stream is the one with the red live button dot. That's the horizontal live stream. The one with the vertical is the one with no red dot on it. But then, it's crazy. Make it make sense. It don't make no sense. Okay, I'm gonna play the audio. I want you to let me know if you can hear it. Can you hear that, OG? I'm just trying to make sure my audio is working. Trying to make sure my audio is working. Mm, 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 mm. Okay, all right. Appreciate that, OG. All right, let's get back to this nonsense. So basically, I told her that I was going on this graduation ceremony, but what I really was trying to do is go to the Philippines. But I didn't want to tell her that, you know, don't let your left hand know what your right hand doing. Because, she overheard some stuff that I said about leaving the US and not coming back, which eventually I'm gonna do that. But right now it's in work in progress. And this is what I go through every time when I give her rent money. Like she is always telling me different stories of everything that goes on. This is what I go through. Okay. So it's like she's showing me her feet. I'm like, I don't want to look at your feet. Why am I looking at your feet? You know, apparently she has some kind of disease or something going on with her. I don't know how she ended up catching it. I don't know what's going on. She's saying that there's people with diseases that living in this house and just told me to kind of be careful. And I'm just like, I don't know.
Yeah, it's kind of gross that she has me sitting here wanting me to see that, considering I thought about cooking dinner yesterday, and the reason I didn't because she grossed me out with that shit. I don't really want to know what's going on with that. Hopefully she'll get better from her sickness or whatever she got going on. But it's like, I don't want to see that. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you're getting ready to eat something and she's showing you, oh, you're going to look at this and look at my toes, and you can see the difference between the swollen one and this one. And I'm just like, really? Then she said she postponed selling the house and talking about, how is your room looking? I don't have nothing in this room, really. I ain't got nothing in this room. Same stuff. Same PS5, same clothing hanging up, same shit. She just disgusting. And I didn't even want to eat nothing yesterday. I'm even surprised that I ate the ramen noodles that I ate because she's disgusting. All right, let's get back to this nonsense. And I can only record her, so I can't do any video footages of her because, it'll be too obvious. So the audio is the only thing I could do. Right. Wait a minute, let's go back. What did she say? Yeah, and I wonder why you took so long to go to the doctor if you know that you need to go get some checkups and you're staying in the house. And I mean, I never see her go anywhere. Never see her go anywhere. She stays cooped up in the house all day, every day. Meanwhile, I be outside, even if it's going grocery shopping. There are times I done did live streams at the mall in Alaska. Here in Alaska. Y'all seen the stream. It's crazy. I don't get it. Like, why she want me to share her toes? And I was thinking about eating something that day. I, something. She can't even. It's so bad that she can't even keep up with the people that she got in her house. Right now, I'm pretty sure she can remember the time when she introduced me to some lady that I don't even know who half of these people names are because I don't meet other roommates like that. I just pay my rent. I come in, pay my rent, stay locked up in my room, go do what I do, and that's it. I'm not trying to meet everybody in these rooms, right? She can't even keep up with half of the people that come into the house. And every time when I come in, it's like she's like, hello, Chase, Alex, hello, hi. Just like she's expecting people to announce themselves every time they come in. Then the reason she's doing that is because we had a former roommate that attacked at her and went rogue and did some crazy stuff. So anyway, let's get back to this nonsense. She don't even know which one she introduced me to. Crazy. My thing is why is she talking about all these different women? Like she likes to match make people with different girls and stuff like that. I don't give a damn about these women in the US. I'm just trying to get my shit together. That's all I'm trying to do. I don't give a fuck about these women. I don't care how cute they are. I don't care how petite they are. Yes, I want to have somebody in my life one day. But at the same time, I don't care about all that shit. I'm just trying to get my shit together so I can live my life in peace. Because as far as I'm concerned, these women in America, if you getting getting with any of them, you just be prepared to give up your peace. But they gonna have you all over the place. Oh, I want this and I want that. I just don't get it. And I told her that I'm not trying to be in no relationship. And I just prefer to stay single. I told her that. But theoretically speaking, I don't really mean that. But she'd be trying to hook me up with everybody. This is ridiculous. Like, and this is the landlord that's talking to me right now. As I'm standing in the room talking to her because she's in the bed, she's saying her toes are sore, whatever. She waited too long to go to the doctor to get herself treated, which, you know, she's always hard headed. So Nana Corporation is a place here in Alaska where a bunch of natives go and they work. Uh, it's not really for necessarily for natives. Like anybody can work there, but like they got different jobs there. They got like cleaning jobs. They got office working jobs. They got jobs at the slow, security jobs. They got all types of jobs. So that's what that is. I don't think I want to live with her or Judy because from when I met her friend, when they had like some kind of gathering upstairs or whatever, her friend Judy kind of looked at me like she really just didn't want to say hello or whatever. She just kind of, you know how when you wave at somebody, say, "Hey, how you doing?" They're like, "Hi." Like, who are you? Like, hi. That's kind of how she was. And then the landlord told me that she was prejudiced. And I'm thinking, okay, if she's racist and prejudiced against black men or whatever, I don't want to live around a person who's prejudiced. I don't like that. It's bad enough I'm staying here with the landlord herself, but moving to another place is just crazy. But anyway, her friends are not very fun. And by the way, she calls me Nakashia because, you know, I don't know why she calls me that, but I'm known as Chaos, right? But my real name is Nakashia, but people call me Chaos because the crazy stuff that goes on here on the internet. In real life, I get known as Nick. So, 'so she's saying it's bigger and nicer, right? But you notice she never said how much she was charging for that room, which I'm assuming is probably going to be 800 plus. And then she thinks that she's going to be able to sell the house. Now, she's not going to be able to sell the house, but there is a chance of something happening where she's probably not going to really be able to keep this house. And what it sounds like, she's either going to just say, screw it, I'm just going to just move out of this house, don't pay anything, or I don't know. Maybe it'll sell, or she'll probably, if it can't sell, she'll probably just trash it or whatever. I don't know. 17.95. That is a lot of money. There is no way. These jobs are not gonna pay. What job can you pay that's 17.95? That lady, her friend done lost her damn mind. Ain't nobody gonna be able to pay no $1,700 worth of $1,700 a month worth of place. I mean, is she not even aware of the cost of living is going up? Is she not aware? Like, I don't think these ladies really use their heads. They don't really consider the fact that, like, it is expensive to live out here. I don't get it. It's too much. Yeah, she's right. Landlord's right. I can't afford that. That's too much. I barely can pay $600 for rent from time to time due to the fact that my hours keep getting cut. What make you think I'm gonna pay 1,700 to $1,600 of rent? That's crazy. That lady is crazy. These ladies are crazy. What person are you gonna find that's gonna make that kind of money in an economy like this, where you got gas prices and everything going up? These people in Alaska are crazy. They're going up in price. Ain't nobody doing all of that. That's crazy to me. Somebody help me out. Somebody help me out. Can't afford that. You know, she talked about going to Spain at one point, but I don't think this house is gonna sell because I remember talking to her that she mentioned about uh I remember her mentioning about the time where she needed to get that garage door fixed, and that in order for them to sell that house, she had to get the garage door fixed, which I don't think they ever fixed it. So I don't know. Because if something happens, because if something happens, which more than likely something probably would happen, but at the same time, this house ain't been sold. And and the only reason she's pushing it back is she was supposed to be selling it this month. But the reason she's pushing it back is because she she just she don't know what to do. She don't think that the house is gonna sell, which it's not. And I've been saying this over and over that this house ain't gonna sell. I've never seen Jess place. I don't even I've never been to his place. So I don't even know who Jess is. Never been to his place. Don't even remember being anywhere. I don't remember the stuff. I don't even know who these people are. You know what I'm saying? I know them if I know faces, but I'm bad with names. I don't know who these people are. And then she's talking about a mobile home. A mobile home is just as expensive as getting a house or an apartment. And even if you get a mobile home, you still got to pay utilities. You still got to pay for the internet. Everything is sky high. It ain't no different. I don't remember that. I don't remember the car getting pulled. See, she got me confused with somebody else. I think her brain is malfunctioning. That's what I think. I don't remember none of this stuff. I'm sitting up here like an anime character with question marks all over my face. I'm thinking, what are you talking about, baby? I don't remember that. So, so she showed me some videos of her time in the state of California. It was like some couple of YouTube videos that showed me. So I was assuming maybe it's some, I don't know. She just made up a whole lot of stuff. She just assumed that it was, yeah. So that, of course, you guys know this is what I go through. And the answer is yes. I am not going to move in them. And here's what else that she says. Why would you offer a room that has no door? See, I like to have my privacy. I like to close doors. You see what I'm saying? But if you don't have a door on the engine, who is going to move into that place? I'm not moving into that place. No, I'm not doing that. Mm-mm. Hell no, I'm not doing it. And she doesn't even have a door, or he doesn't have a door to the bathroom. What kind of house is this? What? So if somebody go and they take a shit, and you just walking in and passing, man, dude, mm-mm. I don't need to think about that. I already know.
My answer is already immediate no. You notice she ain't said nothing about the internet. And of course, I need that to do homework because I'm a college student online. And then she talking about he got a fat ass mirror in the damn bathroom. That's not even that ain't even making that's making that shit worse. And what she how much she said again? Hold on, let's go back. Let's go back for 400 a month in a shitty house or apartment that ain't got no doors in the bathroom, and you got a big ass mirror. You ain't got no door in the bedroom, and you ain't got no door in the bathroom. What kind of living is that? That's crazy. If it's She keep going on about these mobile homes. I don't like mobile homes. Like if he's renting for 400 a month, right? What that tells me is that place probably don't even have internet. I'm trying to hold it in, man. This is too much. So she's saying with this internet, she never mentioned the internet in this audio. You ever notice this? Like I'm assuming if I'm paying 400 a month, which is good, but I guarantee the catch is he doesn't have internet. How much you want to bet? And the internet probably shitty than everything else in between. How much you want to bet? I started to ask her about that, but I'm like, you know what? Mm-mm. Nope. She talking about we're gonna go buy there. When the hell are we gonna go buy there? I gotta work. I work from Monday and Thursday, and I get off at 9 o'clock. I'll be tired as fuck. I ain't got time to be trying to go nowhere. She can't even go nowhere. She over here talking about she got bunions on her toes and her toes is infested or whatever. She don't, how you gonna do all of that? Make it make sense, man. Make it make sense. I don't remember that. I don't remember getting stuck, and I don't remember getting no car pool. I didn't remember that. I don't remember that. And that just goes to show you I don't get into all of that mess. I pay my rent, stay locked up in my room. The places I want to go, I get up and I go. I mean, it'd be nice if he had a kitchen because I could actually cook my shit. You know what I'm saying? What the hell? How the hell do you have a house or a place, whatever this shit is, right? And you don't have a goddamn kitchen? That means if he ain't got a kitchen, he ain't got a damn refrigerator. And if you ain't got a refrigerator, you ain't got a washing machine, you ain't got shit in it. No wonder why that shit costs 400 a month. And there's no telling how far that place is. I may have to take a damn bus to get to my work. And then I gotta take another bus. You see what I'm saying? I don't know what the hell is going on. I really, honestly, I don't. You're right. Because I'm not gonna accept that shit. Hell no. You ain't got no kitchen. You got no doors on both the bathroom and the room. If the females don't want to stay there, what to make you think I'm gonna stay there? And you know the thing is, I'm bringing my stuff in the room. I don't want to come back and then some of my shit come up missing because ain't nobody got no damn door on the damn hinges. You need to get that fixed. You need to fix that shit up. That don't make no sense. What kind of house is that? You ain't got no doors on the hinges. Every house is supposed to have doors. I don't need to think about this. That's an immediate no. And she laughing about that shit too. Yeah, there's no privacy at all. Like, what if I want to stroke my mushroom tip? Shout out to the Hodge twins. And I'm getting horny one day, and I want to stroke my mushroom tip. Only to have somebody walking in and see me stroking my mushroom tip or something. What if I want to do something crazy in silence? You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not saying I would let him do that, but I'm just theoretically speaking. Like, that place ain't a good place to live. How you gonna rent out to somebody and your shit ain't together? You know what I'm saying? I don't get it. I'm not saying I would do all that stuff, but I'm just saying, like, you know, you gotta have some privacy, man. And judging by the way how she described it, I would not. You know something? I wouldn't be surprised. I would not be surprised if that place was infested with roaches, rats, and the ceiling was probably messed up. I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised. I would not be surprised. And then she got sores all over her arms and legs, right? And she keeps scratching. I'm like, if you're scratching it, you're not making it any better. You're making it worse. Considering the conditions that she was telling me that she was supposed to go to the doctor for anyway. So let me clarify that. So I told her that my mother was trying to find a job here in Alaska. It is a city, it's called Sitka, and it's a city that is 600, about 500, 600 miles away from the city of Anchorage, Alaska. Okay. Which I doubt that she's ever going to get that job because the people here in Alaska are very picky. They're very nitpicky, and it's really difficult to get a job up here, you know, very different. And yeah, so That's what I told her about. And my mother doesn't talk to me that much unless if it's an as needed basis. But it's always me trying to reach out to her, which is goes back to what I was saying about how, when mother have sons, they just throw us away. They don't value us. They value their daughters. And they give them all the sympathy and everything else. But when it comes to a man that's having a hard time, we get neglected. And then they start having all these conversations talking about how much they care and how they wish they never had your sister. And I'm just like, okay, but how is you telling me all of this benefiting me? Then when it comes down to it, when it's time to come out and support, they don't want to support you. They'll only support you when you're successful. They're not going to support you when you're at your lowest point. They're not. I did not see no man with a struggle. Now, in the beginning of this stream, I literally said that I pay my bills. I don't know everybody that comes into the house and leave out. I just make sure that I get myself straight and myself straight alone. You see how she's not all the way there? I don't even know who John is. An old native guy. I have not seen an old native guy in that house. I don't even know half of the people she brings into this house. Majority of the time, I am locked up in my room, off to myself. I am not trying to meet all these people. She always says, "Oh, you know these people." No, I don't. I don't know who these people are. It's clearly in my voice. You can tell. I don't know who these people are. She just talking crazy. She's all about money, talking about wet, and she got money falling all over her. Like I done seen this lady got a heart shape on her thumb because for some reason, if she does it, it's considered a good luck charm. Then she talking about writing a dollar sign on your hand right there, and then you'll automatically get that shit. Don't even work. That's just wishful thinking. I don't know what that was, but instead of visualizing money, there are ways that you can go and make money. You can make so much money using AI and online if if she really wanted to, even though it's difficult as hell to make money online because it's too many scammers online. Mm. But as I said, this right here is who she is. A joke. Or
I mean, if the man wants to get a room in your house, right? This goes back to what I said earlier, because you've been letting a lot of people in here with criminal records and every other crazy violation activity that they've been engaging in. And I tried to tell her, but she cut me off before I had a chance to say anything. As a landlord, if you're running a business, selling rooms to people that you don't know, you do a background check. Do a background check. Because you got to remember, if you don't want to just put somebody, have somebody in your house and have other roommates being put at risk, right? And, you know, my thing is, we could be creepy, he could be weird, but if he's paying you and he says he wants to pay you 7 months in advance, take the damn money. So you won't be blowing up my motherfucking phone talking about I shouldn't be living like this. Maybe you should go and sleep on the couch. Maybe you should go do that. But then if this man is paying you 7 months in advance, that's enough money. That's a lot. I don't even make that much. So I asked her, I said, okay, so he got a criminal record for touching a woman's breast. I asked her a question. I said, was it a teenage girl? And this is what she says. So I'm assuming the girl that he was doing that to was also, but that doesn't explain why he has a criminal record. If both parties were teenagers, why was she? You know what I'm saying? Like there's holes in that story, right? She still didn't answer my damn question. I don't give a damn about the man being drunk. I'm just saying, like, how has he got a criminal record? If he was a teenager, then I'm assuming that the girl that he was messing with was also a teenager. So how the hell is he getting a criminal record? It ain't got nothing to do with him being drunk. Of course, a lot of people in Alaska, they're drunks. That's all they do. They do drugs. They always talking about getting drunk. They always talking about doing drugs. That's all they do. But that's not answering my question. You see how like when you ask for something, oh, he was drunk, he was doing this, okay, but that's not it. That's not really just because he was drunk, he just went and did that when he was eight. So what she's insinuating is okay, he was drunk and when he was in his teenage years, when he was 18 years old, he went to a girl and started playing on her breast that was probably around the same age as he. So you're saying like he got a criminal record because he did that. It doesn't make any sense. So here's the thing. Were they dating? If you're just saying they're kind of dating, that means they're not really dating. Maybe they're just seeing each other. Dating and relationships are two different things. Let's go back. Okay, so to clarify this story, what I'm thinking is he was probably touching her, trying to kiss her. She kept telling him to stop, stop, stop. And then she kind of wrote it off as rape. So then she ended up calling the police on him. Now he's got a pedophile criminal record. That's what I'm thinking. Because she didn't really explain it like like this.
He went and touched another woman's breast. He tried to kiss her. She kept telling him to stop. He kept trying to forcefully kiss her and touching her breast, so she called the police on him. That would have made a lot of sense. Whereas, oh, he was drunk. He just one day just touched the lady's breast, and and all of a sudden he just got it on the record. I'm just like, you see what I'm saying? Like, it doesn't. She doesn't explain stuff there. And now she's trying to show me how the man touched this girl's breasts. I don't need him to her to just demonstrate that shit. Us men, we know how to grab some breasts. We don't watch porn before. We know how that goes. She act like I ain't never seen nobody get raped before or something. Oh, what's wrong with this thing? This is what I go through. This is judging by the audio. This is what I put up. She made the same joke when I paid her 300 because I just started my new job this month and she needed for the internet bill because she was just, frustrated, right? She called my phone frustrated. So she was like, she was helping her son Chase with some other stuff, right? And she was like, hey, she pulled me over. She was like, hey, um, go tell Chase that you're gonna sleep in the garage if he's doing drugs. Just tell him you're gonna sleep in the garage. And I said, I'm not gonna do that. I don't stoop to that level. I don't do that. So now she's trying to get me to tell the guy to go sleep. I'm gonna sleep in his bed or whatever. And you see what I'm saying? I'm not gonna do that. I'm not putting myself in that position. You know what I'm saying? I'm not doing that. I told her, nope, I'm not doing that. You can find somebody else to do that. I don't joke like that because I understand in my situation and what I went through, I thought sometimes that she was gonna kick me out during the time that I was working for her. So I'm not doing that to that man. Rather if he's paying rent or he's not paying rent. You know what I'm saying? I don't play games like that with people when it comes to their livelihood. But that's what she wanted to do. I told her, no, I'm not gonna do that. And she's willing to pay me $100 after I just already paid her $200 because she just asked me that the roommate that left wanted her deposit. I don't get it. I'm not doing that for $100. I'm not messing with that man like that. I'm just not the type to play jokes like that with people because people are struggling. You know what I'm saying? And the fact that this man got a criminal record, he's got a pedophile criminal record, or whatever he's got going on, I can imagine for him, it's hard for him to find a place to live anywhere, much less getting a job anywhere. Because if you're on the pedophile list and you got a criminal record like that, it's hard to get a job anywhere with that type of record, especially if you're going to Walmart, which they're now getting to the point where they don't want to hire a lot of people no more like they used to. So it's just not right. I just told her no, I'm not gonna do that. S- I'm not doing that for $100. I'm not gonna joke with somebody's livelihood like that. Maybe he's struggling. Maybe something happened that I don't know about. You know what I'm saying? Because people go through things that stay in this house, and I'm not gonna joke with that man like that. Don't skip this. Hold on. So I was letting the dog out. Ain't nobody's being a bitch to me because guess what? I stay to myself. I don't be going talking to these crazy folks in this house. You know what I'm saying? I'm here doing content, trying to get my YouTube channel up, trying to get it popping. That's it. If I need to go somewhere, I go to the store. I get what I need. If I need to go somewhere, let's say I got an appointment or whatever, I go there. I come straight back here, do more content. That's what I do. I'm not doing anything else. Anything else, you know? And the thing is, what did she say? I don't even know much about Alex. I don't even see him all the time. Sorry, mm, sorry about it. That the muffling stuff, that was me because I had the phone in my hoodie shirt. So if she paid it all at once, which if she paid 3 months of rent, and if she paid that all at once, I should have kept my motherfucking money in my damn pocket. I don't blame her. And plus, when I spoke to Alex, when I did, as well as the other roommate, which was Paul, which is the old guy that used to stay here, they kind of know what she was all about. They knew what she was all about. I didn't really have to go through any explanations whatsoever. So, like I said, he moves out. I mean, I did overhear him say that he was staying for like 7 months, and then he was going to move out anyway. So, you know, can't say I blame him.
What's going on, Ishmael?
I don't think I have this recorded, but I remember her talking about how she said she made a statement saying that my mother is broke, and then she just insinuated that I was broke. She even admitted herself that she was broke, but I never told her that I was broke. Never told her that my mother was broke. And how could my mother be broke when she's an RN nurse and she's making thousands and thousands of dollars a year? But that doesn't mean that she's supporting me. But she might support her daughter, which is my sister, because I got a sister, but I'm the oldest in the family. And they just treat me like I don't even exist in the family. All right, let's go back to you guys. Give me 1 second, bathroom break, and we will get back into this crazy nonsense.
I'm doing good, Ishmael. How about you?
We'll be back after these important messages.
Doing good, Ishmael. How about you?
And I will be back. I will be back, guys. I'm gonna be making something to eat. Gonna be cooking something. Gonna make a steak dinner. Okay. All right, guys. So I'm gonna be making a steak dinner. This is not a cooking channel, but this is just something I'm doing. All right, there we go. Here. It was steaming in that, but it's just easier to do. Shit. Mouse. I'm gonna have to clean. Damn it. Clean that shit. Hold on, guys. We got time. Clean that one. Shit. Open that. Oh well. Just gonna throw this away too. I ain't gonna keep that. To dry your cloud. I'm doing good, Ishmael. How about you? Mm. Mm. See, what I need is a probably. Oh, that's not working. Betting news. Well, all right. So that cooking and well, problem is I don't have so many appliances cooking at one time. And then we might have to turn the light off. Mm, let me see. I gotta find. Oh, here it is. Be right back, guys. Oh shit. I'm oh, man. I'm sorry, guys. I had to play Nick Knock. That was funny as fuck. That was funny as fuck. Give me 1 second. Gotta fix my bed up right quick. Got all this crap. It's not really a lot, it's just covers. This up here. This up here. This up here. Oh. Oh shit. Oh, that was funny. Oh, that was funny. That was funny. That was funny. I played Nick Knock because somebody was going to the bathroom. Ooh, that was funny. This shit. Ah, that was funny. Funny, I tell you. All right. Whoever's watching, I appreciate you for being a loyal viewer. Appreciate the love and support. Let's see who's been. Okay, there ain't nothing concern myself. What? Hmm. All right. We're gonna get to some more voice recording. So if you guys want to switch over to the other stream, it's on the same channel. Click the link down below that's pinned in the chat to join me on the horizontal live stream. IOG. All right. If anybody wants to watch the other horizontal live stream, click the link down below. If anybody wants to support the channel, the link is in the chat that says support the channel. Scan the QR code, Cash App. My Cash App name is $ Nicasio 009. And my Cash App name that I named it is called Cybermax Central. Okay, that is my Cash App. And if you want to save the trouble, I also post the QR code in the YouTube post section. So you can check that out as well. This is only for those who wants to donate. Right now, I don't have 500 subscribers, so I don't have super chats. But it's there if people want to support. Also, in that same link, the support the channel link, I also have. All right, we're back. So as I was saying, in the same channel link, support the channel link, I have merchandise. I have t-shirts for this channel. If you're interested, click on the link in this chat and check out my merch. I'm gonna make some posters and tapestries next. Mm. Oh, yeah.
Sorry, guys, eating some grapes. I got my steak dinner in there cooking. Probably won't be ready till another, probably around like 20, 30 minutes, maybe an hour. I got mixed with some squash, Brussels sprouts, and some broccoli in there too. Mixed with some onions, put some seasoned salt in there too. All right, I got some rice cooked. So I'm gonna be eating rice with this stuff too. I'm gonna also showcase it to you guys before I eat it. All right, now it's time to get down to business with some of this nonsense with the crazy landlord. Let me see what this one is. All right, so this is kind of not really going to be much in this audio, but this is where the crazy landlord was upset. I didn't get all the whole conversation because I didn't know it was going to be like that, but we can. What's up, man? So I'm going to we're gonna play this and see what we can get out of this. This is the part where she locked the door and she was locking me out and everybody else. Now, to get a clear picture, she is renting rooms to people like me and other people. Okay. Now, these keys right here, I only got the key access to the room that I'm in right now. However, as far as the key to get into the house, we don't have access to the house. So she locks people out for no reason because she was afraid of a former roommate that might come back and raid the house or whatever. And I don't think that roommate is stupid enough to do something like that. Oh, let me check my. Okay. All right. So here we go. Now, when I spoke to her about concerning natives that live here in Alaska, she made a statement and she said that natives, native men actually murder their wives. I don't know if that's true or not. But then again, I take everything that she says with a grain of salt because I think she just, when she explains things, it's like she's over exaggerating things to make it to more than what they appear to be. As you can hear her talk and talk and talk and talk, and she has like thousands and thousands of stories that she can just explain, and it's just like you don't even know what's real and what's what. You just hear her bombarding you with a whole bunch of stories. Oh, and she likes to joke, but she has a dark sense of humor that mixes in with racism and prejudice. And some of the jokes that she makes is not really funny to me. You know, it's like if you go to Japan, right? And you say, why did the chicken cross the road? Because he was a dumbass. Okay, they're not going to think that's funny, you know, even though in America, we know it's funny, we get it, but people in other country are not really subjective to that kind of joking around. So what's funny to us may not be funny to people in other countries, right? That's kind of how she is. You know, I don't think that Native people are racist because I spoke to a few Native people at the store that I worked at my job. They're not all the way there in their heads, but some of the Native people I met were pretty nice and genuine people. Now, there is one guy that I used to work with that I still work with when I work at the deli, right? I don't know what's going on with this man, but this man smelled like musky and cologne all mixed up in one that makes him smell like a skunk. And it's like if you're serving customers, you can't come keep coming to work smelling like that. You gotta shower, you know, soak your body, wash your body out, wash your clothes. You know, like if you working and you getting paid and you get some little bit of money, go get you some game, you know, and some of them pod packets. Go to the laundromat and wash your shit. You know what I'm saying? Don't come up there smelling like a skunk and you're up here serving customers. But other than that, some of the native majority of the native people that I met, they were pretty nice to me. They were pretty cool with me, you know? So I think it's just because the landlord just has issues with these natives, or she just running into the wrong people. I don't really understand this. Okay, so on the other live stream, Howard Kendley says if you should say if you're broke, not if yo broke. Please make sure that you type in complete sentences. If your broke ass got the opportunity to win $10 million, but had to fight three full grown horses in a UFC octagon for 36 minutes, would you? Hell no. I will not be fighting no damn horses. Cause them motherfuckers will take my ass out before I even have a chance to throw a damn punch. Fighting some grown horses. You know, you I don't know what's wrong. I'm not doing that shit for $10 million. Finally, a smart streamer. What the other streamers told you? Hell yeah, I'll do it. And you thought I was gonna say that too, huh? See how that works? They're not gonna win. That's like saying that you're gonna fight against three full-grown mooses that are just as twice as taller than a damn horse. When them mooses will kick you, upper kick you one time and you're out like a light. You can't fight these damn horses, and you can't fight a damn moose. Not for no $10 million. And you know why they say that? Because they know they asses ain't gonna win if they attack a horse or three of them. You might as well if you telling people to do that. If they having people to do that, you might as well fight three full-grown mooses. And a moose is twice as taller than a damn horse. I'm not doing that shit for $10,000. Sure that. Mm-mm. I ain't trying to die today. Because I mean, let's say for the sake of the argument, let's say for the sake of this, I do fight these three grown full horses, right? If I'm dead, what good is $10 million? But hey, man, welcome to the stream. If you want to watch my other stream, the link is down below. Pinned to the chat. All right, let's get back to this nonsense. Mm. So the guy that she's talking to, and Ivy, that's her boyfriend, right? She's been using these men, these two people. She even had his girlfriend to go to court for her because they had a situation where the former roommate that used to stay here went rogue and exposed her ass, saying that she's got a lot of people in her room, she's extorting money out of people and making people pay more than what they supposed to, and they didn't win. They lost the case because this particular person, her name is Sasha, and she exposed her ass. And then the landlord just started freaking out, talking about, you gotta find somewhere to go because we might end up losing the house. I don't know where I'm gonna go. I know what I'm doing. You know, it ain't gonna be on the street either. Okay, so that was just me talking in the background. And basically what she it sounded like what she's asking questions and talking about how, she'll just ask if they got like wait, hold on for a second. So just asking him what she looks like, and you know, does she have children? That's not a way. I mean, that's not really a proper way to do a background check. You know what I'm saying? This lady truly don't know how to run a business, and that's why everything keeps falling apart. And here's my thing: she's over here engaging in this man's business, telling him what her son or his son should not be doing, or whatever whoever's kids should not be doing. But you're over here talking bad about your own son, throwing him out on the street, saying that he's stupid and retarded, and that he needs the girl that's just as retarded as he is. And then, you're saying that now you got the whole everybody else everybody voting to kick your son out, putting your son on the list. And then you turn around and you say, "Oh, if I give him a mobile phone and he'll have it." And I'm just like, how you gonna do that when you're paying people to do this and this and that? You got people constantly over here. How you gonna do that? What's going on, Brandon Dimitri Dominguez? Why the fuck you chew like William? And why the fuck are you asking me this question? It's like if I'm eating something, it's always gotta be, and that's the thing. when it comes to when you're dealing with black. I'm assuming that you're. I don't know who's Will Am. I don't know who these people are. Okay, it's like every no matter what you do, is always they always try to compare you with somebody else. Why are you always doing this? Or why are you sitting like this person? Or why are you sitting like that person? Or why are you talking like this person? Why are you looking like this person? Why are you eating? Now it's like, why are you eating or chewing like this person? It's ridiculous. People just say stuff and then they bounce. Um, anyway, it's just ridiculous. Appreciate that, OG. Toasted Poodles. Yeah, get rid of that because he ain't talking about nothing. Finally, smile said they sit there and win. Okay. I don't know. It's kind of crazy. That's what I go through. But and I appreciate the likes. We got 4 likes. I appreciate the likes and the love. So my thing is, what I don't understand, why the hell are you keeping somebody's mail in your truck, in your car? You shouldn't be doing that. I don't even think this man is even smart enough to catch that. Now, just imagine if a man was doing something like this, he would get scolded. This man will probably think you're trying to steal his stuff. But it's okay if a female does it because she's a female and she can just do whatever she wants. But that's kind of a shame on the landlord's part because why in the world would you keep somebody's mail in your truck when she has a bucket full of mail from people? There's mail from people that don't even come to get their mail. And yet and still, you taking this man's stuff and you putting it somewhere in your car. I don't get it. And half of the people don't even check their mail. And half of the people don't even stay here for that long. It doesn't make it make sense. She doesn't like doing money transfer actions because her bank is set up to automatically to take money out when a bill comes up. But see, here's my thing. My thing is just like this. If you're running a business, okay, you don't charge somebody a deposit. You only do that if they're buying a house or an apartment. That's the way that works. If you have people that prefer to pay digitally rather than traditionally, they should have freedom to choose how they want to pay their rent. It shouldn't be just everything is one way. And the fact of the matter is, she's sitting up here trying to hook people up on dates and all of this stuff. That ain't something she's supposed to be doing. This is ridiculous. What's going on, GG? The time is 8:17 p.m. Alaska time. Welcome to the stream, my friend. If you want to check me out on the other live stream, click the link down below that's pinned to this chat, and it'll send you straight over to the other live stream on this channel if you want to stick around. I don't trust none of these banks here. I'm gonna tell you guys, if you guys were to move to Alaska and you were able to get a place, the best bank to use
that I would recommend is Global Credit Union Bank. All of these other banks, I don't trust it. Don't trust these banks. All of these other banks are not trustworthy, in my opinion. Global Credit Union Bank is the best bank here in the state of Alaska, hands down. I never did. I banked with Wells Fargo before, but before that, it was Wachovia. Then it went from Wachovia to Wells Fargo. And then when they changed it over, if you didn't spend any money within like 6 months, they would deduct $3 to $5 out of your account. So I ended up leaving. I ended up withdrawing all of my money, shutting down the account because they were just taking money out of my account when I haven't spent anything. So I ended up going to Alabama One Credit Union Bank, which was located in the state of Alabama, right? When I did that, um, I had no problem since then. But then when I moved up here to Alaska, I ended up getting a bank account with Global Credit Union Bank, which is the best bank here in Alaska. And that's it for that foolishness. All right, so here's another one. I'm gonna get rid of these two. Yeah, just move the trash. That to trash. Okay. Sorry if the ears gets busted. I was talking too close to the thing. I was doing this for a Spotify podcast, but you know, this is what I have to go through at the landlord's house. This is what I have to go through. And remember, she doesn't know that I've been recording all of these conversations we've been having, which makes it for great content. I'll get to that part in a second. What I'm doing tonight, I'm paying you this damn rent so I can go to my room and do what I need to do and stay out of sight. That's what I'm doing. Yeah, that's all we ever do. Work and sleep in this damn country. Work, 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 survival mode, and go to sleep. And then get up and have to do it all over again. I mean, I mean, there's nothing really much. It's like I ain't got no money to be doing everything else. It ain't nothing else to do. And even if I did have the money, you get worked down so much, you ain't got no strength to do anything else. Because in America, you don't have a life outside of work. Your work, your job, the way these jobs are being ran out, your job is your life until you can pull and break free out of it. She knows that. I just don't understand. It's like she's just so oblivious to everything that goes on out in the world now. She's not even in discernment to keep it up with what's going on around her. That's really sad. And you notice how she quickly got off of that conversation? See, this is the thing about American women I just cannot stand. Okay, so I'm telling her basically that all I do is work, eat, and sleep. I don't even have the energy to go do something else. I mean, a vacation would be nice, but I ain't got the energy to do it, even if I did have the money. And you notice how a lot of females, like when you talk to them about stuff, it's like everything is just considered noise to you, and they just quickly get off that and talk about something else. I hate that. My thing is, she did offer. Nope. Um, I'm not going to be hanging out because if she's crazy and the way she is, her friends are probably just as worse as she is. And two birds are always going to flock together. And I'm not trying to hang out with nobody, And based on the way she's describing how her friends are, they don't seem like good influential people or people that I want to surround myself with, especially if you want to surround yourself with people like me or people who actually trying to people who are not toxic and who's not always not like her basically. But my thing is, if you hate going out with these people, but you're the one that's making friends with these people. See, the thing is with Kathy is she's not making really good friends, to be honest with you. She's not. My thing is as a business owner and a landlord, I would be surrounding myself with people that are actually trying to get somewhere. Some are making connections with people that you can learn something from, not just randomly hanging out with random people that are just floating through life and they ain't hitting on two cents. Hey there, Chan Bang. Welcome to the stream. If you want to check out the other stream, click the link down in the pin comment below, and it'll take you to the next stream.
Yeah. That's just way too much information, and something is really wrong with this lady. You're hanging out with your so-called friends that are talking like that. Well, I don't know. What you guys think in the comments? I don't know. I don't think I want to be around uh that type of vibe. No. Okay. And she's telling me all this stuff. This is the landlord talking here. Okay. She's telling me all of this stuff, right? But she forgetting I'm a dude. Why are you talking about mushroom tips and all of this other crazy stuff? I don't want to hear that shit. You need to have that conversation. She talking to me like I'm a female. I'm not a female. I'm a man. I don't want to hear about somebody's mushroom tip. You need to talk. She's just backwards, man. I don't understand. Yeah, I mean, crazy people hang out with crazy people. Like I said in the beginning of this video, of this audio, two birds flock together, right? Two people flock together, two birds flock together. Yeah, you are crazy. You telling me to go be in a garage for 6 months and trick the government into thinking that I'm poor when I'm actually from a whole nother state, from a 18 hour flight away. That's crazy. I've noticed that she mentions Jeff or Jess or whoever. I don't know, but she talks to me like I know who these people are, and I don't even know anything about these people. I don't even know what they look like. I don't know anything about these people at all, period. And that's all she talks about is drugs and relationships. I really get sick and tired of hearing these stories, to be honest with you. But, you know, that's just coming from a person that has nothing else better to do. All right, guys, hold on for 1 second. I'll be right back. I need to go and check on my food. So, you guys wait right here. If you got to go to the bathroom break, feel free to do so. Get you a snack, soda, whatever you need. And we'll be back after these important messages.
All right, let's get to it. All right, guys, let's get to it. I have some cantaloupe, honeydew melon, actually. Got my Joker card, and my food is fine. I think the power tripped off, so I turned the heater off. I was trying to dry. I was using the heater to dry my clothes. It actually works wonders, actually. All right. So, edge light. Probably need to upgrade. I'm gonna have to upgrade my computer after this, just so that I can be seen clearly. All right, let's get back to this foolishness. I'm gonna put this right here. Mm. All right. All right. Let's get back to this foolishness. You guys ready? Yeah, cantaloupe is pretty good. But the honeydew melon is also pretty good. I heard they had a yellow meat and a green meat watermelon. I've seen a yellow meat, but I've never seen a green meat watermelon, so I'm not really sure. But hey, if there's a yellow meat watermelon, there'll probably be all kinds of meat watermelons. All right. All right, back to the fuckery. Yeah, it is. And you're asking me to go out to the restaurant to hang out with these people? Why would I want to hang out with a bunch of something like cocaine or whatever? I don't know. So she's talking about, okay, so basically, I don't know if you was in the stream. Okay, so basically, I was trying to pay her rent, right? And she starts talking about how she is going out with some friends of hers to go eat out, to get out of the house. She invited me to join, and then she starts giving all these different stories and about how her friends are, and then she's saying that they're druggies, and then yeah, it's like I'm like, you're asking me to hang out with these type of people? I don't want to hang out with a bunch of drug addicts and a bunch of people who just wasting their lives injecting themselves with stuff that's not good for them. I want to hang out with some people that are getting somewhere in life, or people who are going through some things, and just not people that, yeah, it's ridiculous. I don't want to hang out with people like that. But as you know, every time when I pay her rent, I hear all of these stories that she's telling. This is what I go through all the time with this landlord in the flesh. Like I go through this every day. She loves to talk. And there are times where she'll ask me questions, but it's like when I try to give her an answer, she'll interrupt me in the middle of a sentence and keep talking. I'm just like, why would, and that's the thing that women do. When they ask you questions millions and millions of times, and you try to give them an answer, they don't even give you a chance to answer. They don't give you no chance to answer. They just keep talking and keep talking. They'll interrupt you in the middle of a sentence, and then they'll keep talking. I don't get it. I don't get that type of mentality. I don't understand. Yeah, drugs are bad, but in Alaska, they have a bunch of drug addicts and people who do drugs all the time. And all she ever talks about is a guy that's in a relationship with a guy that's hooked up on drugs, or they're drinking, or they're drunk, or they're on drugs. That's all she ever talks about. That's all everybody ever talks about in the state of Alaska. It's always about drugs. It's always about drinking. I don't hear anything else different other than that. And I get tired of hearing that shit. I get tired of hearing about relationships because these women don't give a shit about dudes like us that want relationships. They want to get out with people they got thousands of tattoos all over them. She's like in her mid 50s. She's like a middle aged older lady, but she's like somewhere in her 50s. I think she's about like maybe 55 or somewhere around that age range. 55 or 58, somewhere around that age range. She's pushing into soon into her 60s, but this is an older lady that is talking about these things. And you notice what I also noticed is a lot of elderly people are not the elderly people that I used to know back in the 90s. Because back in the day, the elderly people didn't talk like this. They always act like they had some common sense. But now in 2026, you got older ladies like her, and all she ever talks, and she's talking and having conversations like this. And then you got elderly people in 2026 that's acting like they're 18 years younger again when they know they're not. It's sad. It's like a disgrace from the older ladies back in the day when I was coming up. back in 1988. It is a laughing stock. Not in the club anymore. So that kind of explains why she act the way she does. And part of that is because you've been going to the club, you've been doing stuff that you know you ain't supposed to be doing. Not to mention she's not a good parent. I don't want to see where that man lives. After she just said that this man ain't got no doors in his house. This man ain't got no doors in his house. Not even in the bathroom. You think I'm gonna be no, I don't want to see his house. There's no privacy in the damn house. And then I also heard that he had a criminal record. He murdered somebody. So it's like, do I really want to live with somebody like that? I'm just saying. That is called that is called sleeping paralysis. I used to have that when I was a kid. It's not fun, but that's what that is. It's sleeping paralysis. That ain't got nothing to do with eating carbs and eating sweets. I was a healthy child back then, and I still had sleeping paralysis. What kind of information is she looking up? You see how stupid this lady is? But you know one thing? I bet you she ain't realizing that this economy, the high cost of living, she ain't looking at the gas prices. She's not even how high that shit is. She's not looking at how high groceries is. She don't care about none of that shit. But you over here looking up what a person, what it is. It's sleeping paralysis and ain't got nothing to do with eating carbs and all of that shit. You know, it's funny how she likes to give advice to people, but she can't even take advice. Because I told her that she should be doing a background check. That's what I would do if I was in her situation, and she never did that. There were other things that I've told her and suggested, and she didn't do that, which she keeps putting herself in crazy, crazy situations. But she can tell everybody else what they should do, but she's not even following her own advice. I'm just saying. Having sun doesn't really do anything. It's too damn hot outside anyway, but it's spring, summer, whatever. And the thing is, it's like Well, let's get on with this. And here's the thing about her. She'll do everything else except for when it comes to, hey, can I just send you this money digitally so I don't have to walk my ass to the damn bank to give the money to give to you? Because I'm gonna tell you, it's good exercise, but it's tiring as fuck. And there'll be times I don't feel like going to the bank to get rent money because I get tired of walking back and forth every day. Let me just send it in Cash App or something. But like, boop, 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 boop. There you go. Cha-ching. You got it. Okay, going back to sleep. But anything that's more convincing, no, scratch that. Anything that is convenient to you, and if it's not a convenience for her, she won't do it. And yet she claims herself to be a good landlord. And I paid her my rent in full. Yeah. And she's talked about the same girl that she claimed had been here for 4 months and ain't paid a single dime of rent. Now she's saying that she paid to make up for all the rent that she didn't pay. So you're buying her gift cards. You're doing all this shit for this lady, right? But notice how she favors the women in this house. But when it comes to the man, especially me, she calls my phone and breathes down my neck about rent and when she gonna get paid. But she don't do the females like that. So she thinks that putting a dollar sign on your thumb and listening to ambient sounds is what gonna make her magically rich and wealthy. If you're gonna reach that type of, are they having relations? Are they what do you mean? What do you mean, OG? Do, 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 do. And then my thing is when she just, no, that's me talking to her. She's telling me about some other stuff that's going on with her. And no, mm-mm, no. She doesn't. She allowed one person to have sex in this house, and that was the person that lived next door to where I live at. And that man didn't even have to pay a dime. I even asked her. I said, "How much?" Because she's saying that they gotta pay her if you could have a visitor over. So you can't even have a visitor over unless you pay her for it. And I asked her, "How much is that?" $25. So you, as you can see, she's charging people to use her washer and dryer, but I'm paying $600 a month, and then you got everybody else's money. You see what I'm saying? So why would I need to pay another 3, 5 or $10 to wash my clothes at your place when my hard-earned money is going towards your bills to keep this room as for everybody else? You see what I'm saying? Make it make sense. It doesn't make any sense. And then at the same time, she's expecting for people to invest into some paper towels and other stuff when we just paid her a portion of our hard earned paycheck to her. It doesn't make any sense. That's too much. All she's doing is extorting more money out of people. And that's why a lot of the roommates don't stay long. We had a guy that was in the military on the day that I recorded this audio. She was talking about how he wasn't paying her. When I spoke to the military guy, he told me that he did pay her. And then lied and said that he was the only one that was paying when I paid her too, in full. So that goes back to when the guy warned me about her. She's a liar and she's a scam. A liar, she's definitely one of those. Scammer, I can kind of see that. Why he would say that. The juice is pretty good too. But then now she's not doing those exercises anymore because she got sores on her toes and her ankle is sore and she just sore all over. This is what happens when you don't take better care of yourself. And this is the thing. A lot of these women are fat and overweight. They sit in their house and be miserable. And they don't want to keep themselves in shape. They don't want to stay healthy. My thing is, she could have used a calculator on her phone for that. Why would you ask me what 7 times 20 is? And it's funny how she can't do the math, but she can do the math when it's time to pay rent. And she don't miss a beat when the bills come rolling in. 20 times 7, that's 140. You know, my grandmother, before she passed away, she had all her common senses. She was 80 years old, remembers everything. This landlord, however, she can't even do simple math. I get it. People are not good at math as terms of doing factoring and division and all of this stuff. But you mean to tell me you can't do simple math, but you can do that when the bills rolls in when it's time to pay bills? Now notice she don't never do that for a man. She only does a dude that's struggling because when I came here, I had a car accident. I got videos that talks about what I went through. I had a car accident. I was living in my car in a hotel for 6 years. Lost everything in a car accident because it was a hit and run accident. I got hit by a red pickup truck, right? Lost all of my clothes. I had a PlayStation 3, I had a PlayStation 2 console, and I had everything. I lost all of that in the car accident. When I came here with nothing but the shirt on my back. I came here with nothing. It was a 19 to 18 to a 19-hour flight all the way up here. Came here with nothing. And you mean to tell me you're paying this lady $50? You're giving her gift cards. You're doing all of these things for her. Make it make sense. Something ain't right with this picture. And she's asking me this question after she kept complaining about how Leona wasn't paying it rent. Right. So I'm just thinking like if she's not paying any rent, okay, that's obvious. If I'm not paying any rent, she'll throw my ass out on the streets in a heartbeat. So because she's a female, you just figured, what do you think I should do? What do you think you should do? Now watch when I try to answer that, watch this. You notice how she asked a question? Let's go back. You notice how she asked a question and then she keeps on going and going and going and going. I ain't even had time to answer the question. She don't give me no time to see women like this in America. They don't give you time to answer no questions. Let's go back. It's 140, dumbass. You see that? You see that? I ain't even had time to answer the question. She just kept going. She seems lazy. She don't even pay rent. She's not even really in. You see that? This is what I go through. She lost her job. She ain't trying to get enough. And then it went, and then all of a sudden she complained and said she'd been here 4 months and ain't paid rent. Then she changed it and said from 4 months to 3 months. Make that make sense now? Something ain't the math ain't adding. The math ain't mathing. You secretly letting these people stay here rent free, but you calling my phone, breathing down my neck about some rent money. It's always happening to a man. When a man don't is falling short, we get kicked in the damn nuts for some damn money. The money that we done busted our ass off working 40, 60 plus, 16 plus hours. What's going on, Mad Dog? You see what I'm saying? Yeah, she's all over the place. That's what she does. She's always telling all these different stories. She's all over the place. She'll go and talk about this, then she'll jump over and talk about something else completely different. It's confusing. Bro, who was talking to you too? Oh, it's all right, Mac Dog. It's crazy. So then you're asking me questions. I answered your question, but then you're asking me a question of what I should do. I ain't even had a chance to respond to it. You continue to go. She was all over the place. I'm starting to think she is. I don't know. But I know that she's schizophrenic and she's paranoid. Like every time when I leave to go to work or like coming back from work, she's like, Chase, hello? Hello? How you doing? It's like you gotta announce yourself in the house just to, you know, she just thinks that the government is out. Probably. I'm starting to think that you might be right, OG. She may not even she might be off her meds probably for a long time. I was talking about the room that's across the hall from where I'm at when they had that other roommate that was there. She sent me a text message saying that the guy in the room next there was like, he was not a friendly person and how she tried to be friends with him, but it backfired. And I'm just like, what did you do? And apparently she's been running her yapper like she does with me, and she ended up getting shut down. She tells me to stay away from him. But when I talked to the guy, he told me, oh, I remember she told me about you being homeless for 6 years. She likes to put people's business out there. She likes drama. She likes chaos. She just don't like it when the game is on. She don't like it when things shift and it's on her. She don't like it when the joke's on her, but she likes it when the joke's on everybody else. So I have petty roommates every time when I'm cooking a steak dinner right now. So I try to cook between 4 and no later than 6 o'clock because people would complain about, oh, there's a smell, there's a smell. I can't stand the smell, there's a smell, right? And the only thing I would cook was French fries, some overseas French fries and stuff like that. And she would talk about that people were complaining about the smell. Okay. And she texted me, said, hey, leave the window up. Then she was like, oh, we're going to have to get you upstairs so you can cook. I don't want to cook upstairs. I cook in my room. It's good enough for me. Right. So she just, I don't know. She was saying that other roommates are complaining about it, which I got petty roommates that always complain about that kind of stuff because that's just who they are. I cook French fries, so how does something smell like fish? My thing is, she telling me what I need to do, but what about you? You talking about you're gonna go exercise when things die down. You're saying that you're gonna start trying to lose some weight, and you ain't putting no effort into doing anything. But you over here telling me about your daughter. Don't you know? He's not a conversationalist, and he's overweight. If you're saying that they're overweight, if that's the problem, then you need to stay in shape. And that was when I was working that security job that I got fired from because I got accused of sexual harassment of a teenage girl following her around the theater and recording. It's tiring because the managers had me doing laps all over the theater with no breaks in between. Yeah, I had to actually take the breaks, even though I was told that I wasn't supposed to take a break when I was at the job at the time. Then when I was working for her and helping her out, she called me a fucker. And then said, "Oh, I can see why you can't keep any jobs." And now all of a sudden she's saying that I'm a good worker. Interesting. Like I said, she got a new phone because she thinks that somebody's gonna track her. She's schizophrenic and she's a paranoid person, as you can see in this audio. Give me 1 second, guys. Gotta check on my steak dinner. Be right back after these important messages. All right, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Okay. Thank you for the likes. Um, hello there, Lenora. Thank you for the likes. Welcome to the stream. She's packing her dish. Yeah, she's definitely on something. What's going on, GSP? Welcome to the live stream, fam. In the building. Welcome, welcome to the man cave, where a man can be a man. Like Chuck E. Cheese's, where a kid can be a kid. Well, welcome to the man cave, where a man can be a man. Thank you guys for the love and support. All right, let's get back to this foolishness. All right, here we go. Let's get back to this foolishness. Now, with me, I'm talking in the background, but that's doing the most of the talking is the landlord himself. The ones that I've been doing, the one that I've been doing videos about. Now you get to hear her in action. That voice is me, as you can tell the resemblance. Thank you for the likes. I appreciate that. Thank you for the love. What's up, DeVry? What's up? I don't know how to pronounce Davion Shira. What's up, man? In the building, man. We got Davy and Ra. Just say Ra? Okay. Much better. Okay. We got Ra in the building. What's up, man? Welcome to the stream. Thank you for the love and support. All right, let's get back to the fuckery, to the bullshit that we gotta deal with. State of Alaska. Yeah, it's not as cold now. It's about maybe like 60, 55 degrees. Talking about the dog. I was petting the dog and everything. She got a dog too. Yes, it's beautiful. They got beautiful mountains. Here's the thing. I love Alaska in terms of the wildlife and the scenery. But when it comes to the people are shit here. I don't like the people here. And for the reasons because they're prejudiced, they are stuck up, toxic, and they're also racist. As the landlord here, she is also racist. And every time when me and her talk, it's always about people doing drugs or it's about somebody else that she's gossiping about that's in a relationship with somebody else. Yeah, they're pretty much off. Yeah. Yeah, the people they're not friendly here. Um, they keep to themselves, which is nothing wrong with that, but it's like it's too many people that are like that. Yeah, they're a little off. You know, she always has this thing where, oh, you got to find a man that's gonna pay for everything. It shouldn't just be the man always paying for everything. The man and the woman needs to be paying the bills. We live in an economy that is not cheap in America. Okay. And at the same time, you expect this man to pay everything while you do nothing? Yeah, you're raising the kids and stuff, but that's something parents are supposed to do anyway. And see, women use that, oh, I can stay and take care of the kids or whatever, as if they're an exception to the rule of helping to pay bills. If two people are together and they're married, That is a that it takes two to make the dream work, not just one person. Marriage is teamwork. Exactly. And that's the problem with American women. The man is she always talking about it's always gotta be the man gotta pay for everything. Well, what about the woman? And see, here's the thing with women here in this country. When it's time to put in the effort and get into the fight, they hide behind the man. But then when it's time to get the rewards, when it's time to get the money or get the rewards for the hard labor, that's when they jump in and they take it over. They always double dutch all the time. And if you ever sit there and you listen to a lady, don't look at her because she's attractive. Pay attention to the words that's coming out of her mouth. And this is what my mother taught me. Don't look at what you be apprised by what you see. Look at what they do, not what they say, but what they do. And I'm telling you, this is an example of how the education system, as well as parenting, has failed every generation, time and time again in this country. And then think about it this way. Think about it this way. She's sitting up here talking about how she's trying to tell everybody else what they supposed to do. But what about you? How you gonna tell somebody else to do something when you know damn good well if women are not going to listen to what the man is saying, what make you think they're gonna listen to what another woman say? And she of all people should know that. She of all people should know that. Women don't listen to nobody. They think they got all the damn answers. They think they know everything. While they sitting up there talking about they strong and independent, but then they talking about, well, I need a man that's got a lot of money. Okay, well, what about you? What I was saying is women need to stop being picky. And if you see a guy that actually likes you, give him a chance. Instead of jumping all around from trying to get the same guy that every other chick wants. Because a lot of these women have this trending preference of this really tall, 6, 8 feet giant, tall dude. And every time when that one particular person get with that type of man, it's like every woman in this country want that type of same type of man. They're not going to admit it, and they're not going to be honest with you. They're not going to tell you anything, but that's just the way they are. That's why I keep saying they're all the same. And the reason that they're all the same because they're all going for the same type of dude. That's not enough of those type of men to go around in the first place. Just like there's not enough good women in this country to go around. Because every time you meet somebody, they're either married, not one good woman that you'll see, she's not going to have a wedding band on her finger or an engagement ring, or she's not going to be in a relationship. She's always going to be with somebody. Okay. The thing is, if you're in a marriage, I'm assuming that she's married. If you're in a marriage, that's not good if you're surviving in a marriage. You shouldn't be living in survival mode in a marriage. Both parties should be working together to build something together. That's what marriage is supposed to be about. It's not supposed to be about, oh, he's got a lot of money, married to you, but he pays everything. Now, there's some men that don't care about paying everything. I'm not judging, I'm not talking down on the ones that are paying for everything. But when it comes down to teamwork, it shouldn't be the man paying for everything. It should be the man and the woman that's paying for things. That is what makes a marriage stands together. But in America, A lot of these women, they don't think that way. And the ones that are married are part of the 1% of women that's not enough to go around in this country. And this is America. So that's the thing that she don't get. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, but as if you're not picky, you're sitting up here talking about you don't want poor people in your home. You want rich people. And that's just you. So my thing is two birds flock together. When you have a crazy person, they tend to make friends with other crazy people. He looked like, well, I am T-Pain. I don't even know who that is. But anyway, I don't understand why people come up here and they say all this stuff and think, Anyway, but the thing is, it's like she just said that she wanted rich guys in her home and not poor guys, right? But you're sitting up here talking about how your friend is being picky. You act the same way she does. You're picky too. Every female that in this country that is not married, they're picky. And that's why they're single. And that's why the dating scene is dead and far gone. And yet they make videos on TikTok talking about where the good men are going. They're not talking about good men like you. They're talking about what's up, Jalen? What's up? Welcome to the stream, fam. They're not talking about good men like you. They're talking about the men that's gonna sweep them off their feet. Now, this lady is telling these women to stay in their marriage and survive. If you're in your marriage and you're surviving, that's not a good sign. See, the key in marriage, both parties are supposed to work together. Teamwork makes the dream, not just having a man that's just gonna pay for everything. Now, there's some men that don't mind paying for everything. Hey, my hat goes off to those men. But there's a demographic overall majority of men that don't make the type of money that these women are expected for them to make. Not to mention, with the inflation that's going on, with the 14 million Americans just getting laid off on these jobs, they don't look at stuff like that. They just expect Prince Charming to. A lot of these women, they live in an unrealistic fantasy world. They expect Prince Charming to sweep them off their feet. Hey guys, if you guys want to check on have two live streams running. If you want to check the other live stream on this channel, click the link below that's pinned in the chat. No, don't try to put men in it. See, men, we listen. Now, I can speak about men. Now, I know that there's some good men out there. No homo or nothing like that. There's some good men out there. But when it comes to the women, there aren't really good women out there. But I know for a fact that there are some good men out there that want families, that want relationships. And see, the thing is, she's trying to pull men into it. But the thing is, if women are not going to listen to what the men are saying, what makes you think they're going to listen to what another woman is saying? They're not going to listen to you. They're going to do what they want to do because in their mind, they got all the answers and they do what they want. What's going on? The real seven? Megatron wants his headpiece back. Well, tell Megatron he gonna have to fight me for it. Let's see, man. I couldn't distinguish between you and your background. Yeah, I have it. I have it set up. I try to. I have the light on. I usually have the light on. Um, Art, Tazzle. I'll call you Tazzle if that's okay with you. I try to have the light on, but there's like too many flies in here, and I got something cooking, and there's so many outlets that I can use. So I'm trying to keep from anything being any fuses from blowing because it happened the last time and it was quite of a mess. So um let me see what's going on, sweetie Bailey. You're darker than darker paint color exists in this world. You know, not exactly. I just got this black shirt on, but um, you know, I got some light on here, so you can pretty much see me clearly. Do, 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 do. You got too many files. What? You got too many files. Files? What are you talking about? I don't know what you're talking about, Real Seven. I meant I got too many outlets that are that I have going on right now. Oh, well, thanks for thanks for it's fine. You know, like I said, we live in America and there are people that are gonna be racist. Just like I'm in Alaska, so I deal with a melting pot full of racists and prejudiced people. I had people I had racist people call the police on me for no reason. I've been called everything but the child of God on the job, you know. So hey, you know, I'm assuming you're from Israel. I don't know, but yeah. So we're gonna get rid of this person. Not really. According to these people, not really. If I told you some stuff that I've been called throughout my time here in Alaska, it will blow your mind. It's kind of one of those things where it's like, wow, they really said that to you? That's crazy. Wow. I never looked at it like that. That's kind of how bad that is. Yeah. Get that guy out and apology accepted. Um, I mean, I'm not like a complete chocolate drop, am I? Anyway, let's get back to if I told you all the racist shit I've been told in Memphis, hey, you ain't gotta tell me. I already know. I already know. It ain't even if you did tell me, there's not something that you could tell me that I have never heard myself. I'm telling you, I have heard it all. Here in Alaska, I have heard it all, my friend. I've heard it all. Let's see. Isn't Alaska in Russia? No, no, it's not. But it is across the waters from Russia. Now, technically, I guess there's a historical moment where the land used to be Russia, but then the Americans took it over. Now it's part of America. Now it's not part of Russia. Something like that. I'm white though. Oh, okay. Good to know. I had a when I was working for security at the mall. I actually it was a white guy that called my boss, that is also white, called him the N word. I'm not making this up. If I could record that and show you guys in the video, I would. But hey, America is a racist and prejudiced country, you know, and it's a corporation that's only built for making money. That's the only thing that America is good for, making money. That's why a lot of people from overseas in different countries, they come here and they work because they work here because they know they can make money here. And it's only being looked at as a land of opportunities, but it's not being looked at as a land to start a new life with. Man, I live in the middle of the East. Wonder if you'll be able to survive this. Yeah, I've been in weathers worse than that. I used to live in the South, in the southern states, where it gets so hot that on an interstate there's fire everywhere. Somebody on the side of the street, his car literally got set on fire just like that. Brand new car. It gets hot. The colder it gets in the South, the hotter it gets in the South. All right, let's get back to the fuckery. She talked about the operation, but never did get the operation. She's never going to get the operation. I I asked I asked her what do you tell the men? And she's telling me that the men should lower their standards. She's telling me that the men should pick an ugly woman. Now this is coming from a 50-year-old woman, old woman, that is old enough to be your grandmother and my grandmother combined. So how are you gonna say the men need to stop being picky when the women are the ones that are being picky? It ain't the men. It's the women that are being picky. It's the women that got unrealistic expectations. You guys hear that? Let me rewind it back. You guys heard that? Let me rewind it back. She's talking about you guys. What about men? Men listen. It's the women that don't listen. It's the women that are going astray. It ain't the men. You see how she always try to put it's like she's talking about the women. She wants to drag the men in there too. The men, the men know they listen. We listen. It's the women that don't listen. If you're telling all these women to stay in their marriage and stay in survival mode, you think they're gonna listen to another woman? They can't listen to us men and what we have to say. You can't hear me. You should be able to hear me. So you're saying you only can hear. I'm not hearing anything other than your voice, bro. Uh, I don't know, cause OG could hear me just fine. Okay, hold on for a second. Can y'all hear it? Okay, well, B said he can hear. B said he can hear it. Yeah, you probably have to reload it because everything seemed to be working. Because I had OG. He's my new moderator, and he told me that everything was working because we tested out before we started the stream. The background it's a music. It's the audio that I have in the background. Let me play it right quick. Can you hear that? Can you hear the sound? Okay. All right. Oh, I'm just being real with you. All I hear is clicks, but nah. Well, that's strange because OG could hear me just fine. So I don't know. Let's see. It might be because it's. Did you refresh? Hold on. Let me do something right quick. Hold on. Mm, let's do. Uh, okay. Let's see. Because I can hear on my end perfectly fine. Yeah, I can hear it perfectly fine on my end. And best of luck to you too, man. Thank you for the stream. And I don't think it's my audio. I think it's probably because I'm streaming on two platforms at the same time because I'm on my phone and I'm on the computer. And it's like a lot of people that come here, I'm trying to funnel them to my horizontal live stream. And if I can get people there, then I wouldn't have to be here. But I have to do both because nobody's, so it's kind of difficult. So let's see. Why is there only two people here? What happened to all the viewers? Well, some of the viewers, Jalen, they're on different time zones and stuff like that. And some they just come and they go. It always happens. It always happens. They don't stay long. Okay. So I'm gonna get back to the fuckery that's going on. All right. I don't know what's going on with I don't know what's going on. Um yeah, it's only two people. My moderator is usually on. I do appreciate you guys for the likes. Appreciate the lights. Anyway, let's go ahead and get back to the fun. See, here's the thing. Hold on. But the thing is that you got ugly, or what you want to classify them as ugly. They're not interested in guys that want relationships either. Average guys either. So what difference does it make? And what man doesn't want a pretty woman? I think all men want a pretty woman. I seriously think that this lady is either she's off her meds or she just needs to get some help because her way of thinking is very all over the place and toxic. We've been searching for you. We've been trying to reach you about your car's extended warranty. Interesting. You're talking to the wrong person because you don't really do um take that somewhere else. Anyway, let's get back to. But how do you expect men to listen to you when you can't even follow your own advice? See, you good at telling everybody else what they need to do when it benefits you. But then when it comes to you taking up your own advice, you can't even really tell nobody how they supposed to move when your husband ain't even at the house. Where is your husband? You see, this is a 50-year-old lady that's talking like this. You know her, but you heard that, right? She's saying that guys like we don't deserve a pretty woman, that we have to be a millionaire to get a pretty woman. Now, what man are you that you're gonna find that's making that much money in an economy that we're living in that like this? You see how childish she acts? And then she just completely oblivious to the way this economy is right now. What man are you gonna find that's gonna be making that type of money? When you know damn good well that there's not a lot of men that make that kind of money. Okay, if your man makes 100,000 a year, why haven't you asked him for money instead of breathing down people's necks about rent? If your man makes that much money, why is he not coming to the house to help fix the garage door to help you sell the house if you truly want to sell the house? If your man makes 100,000 a year, okay, well, why is he not here helping you with this damn house? Why is he not at home with you? Where is this man of yours? You see how women get to the point where they have this entitlement and they act like and then they boast about how they got a man that's making this much money. See, the thing is in America, it's always this competition as to who works the most hours, who's making the most money, who went through the worst shit in their lives. It's always this competition. And whoever went through the most shit or making the most money or working the most hours, they're redeemed as, ooh, that's pretty cool. That's really awesome. And for the ones that don't, they get frowned upon. So that's crazy. Then she goes, especially if you're broke, it's all about money to her. And this is the thing about American women. If you're broke, they don't want you. They shame men for being broke. And there's so much strain on a man to make so much money. Let's rewind that again. This is a 50-year-old woman that's saying that, that's talking like this in 2026 compared to in the 90s. You heard that? You don't deserve a pretty woman. My man makes 100,000 a year. What she said, 185,000 a year. My thing is, if you're in a marriage and you're surviving, that's not good. You shouldn't be surviving. Both parties should be working together. I mean, I've never been married, but I know the basics of how marriage is supposed to work. And the problem, the reason why her marriage must not been working for her is because she's expecting a man to pay for everything. And while she does nothing, that ain't how that's supposed to work. Especially with inflation, with the cost of living, mortgages, and everything going up. That's crazy. But that's just the way her way of thinking is. Hello there, Trump. Welcome to the stream, fam. So you heard what she said, right? You don't deserve a pretty woman. You gotta be a fucking millionaire. Fuck you guys. My man makes 100,000 a year. This is a 50, almost a 60-year-old woman talking like this. That's a shame. It is very shameful. But everything is normalized in 2026. Now, if you excuse me, bathroom break after these important messages. Hey, what's up? What's up? Ooh, what's up? How you doing today? I am doing fine, Joseph. What's going on, fam? What's up? Hey, if you want to check out the stream, I'm doing two streams. I'm doing this one and the other one. Um, you click the link that's pinned in the chat, and it'll take you to the other stream. I'm actually doing a voice recording of the crazy landlord and the ridiculous conversations we've been having for quite some time. For quite some time, we've been having ridiculous conversations for quite some time, which is absolutely ridiculous. So that's what we're doing today. Let's see. I'm gonna just go ahead and do this. Yeah, so it's just I'm doing well, I'm blessed. That's good, man. That's good. That's good. Thank you for the like. Thank you for the love. And appreciate you the support, man. If you want to check out the live stream, I got two live streams going on this channel. Click that link below and it'll take you to the horizontal live stream. Let's see. Hey OG, are you still with us, man? He might be busy. He's our new moderator. Anyway, but yeah, she's sitting up here saying that I don't know, is she just ranting about how, but men should be with whatever, but she's always talking about relationships and people getting drunk and their own drugs and everything. It is a never ending tale when it comes to drugs and other stuff, because that's all people do here. That's all I ever hear people talk about. And the thing is, it's like, if you're telling people that they're all, if the whole world were millionaires, right? The world would be boring. You could expect the whole world to be a millionaire. And so this lady just got issues, you know? She just, I, I mean, she does sound like she's off her meds, but I think she needs to get back on her meds if that is the case. I think she do need to get back on her meds, to be honest, because the way she talks, her way of thinking is all over the place. My grandmother was 80 years old. She don't do that. She's not all over the place like she is. My grandmother died last year in September. She's 80 years old. Got all of her common sense. She acts way better than this lady right here. This lady, she just all over the damn place. And the fact that she's some of the, like I said, when you listen to these women and the stuff they do and the stuff they talk about, it tells you everything you need to know about them. It tells you everything you need to know about them. All you have to do is sit there and listen, because women like to talk a lot, especially the one that we're listening to right now. She likes to talk a lot, which means she it tells you more about her. You learn more about her than she will about you. There are a lot of crazy people in the world, but I agree. But drugs are bad. Yeah, drugs are bad, but people in Alaska, they like doing drugs. They like getting drunk, and all the landlord talks about is people getting drunk and doing drugs because that's what she been around all these years. I get tired of hearing it all the time, to be honest with you. But, you know, all right, let's get back to the fuckery. You see that? You hear that? Click on the link if you want to listen to the other stream. So We were listening to an audio of the crazy landlord talking about how men don't deserve a pretty woman unless they're a millionaire. And then she brags about how her husband, that's no longer living in the house with her, never seen her husband since I've been here. She don't even have a wedding ring on her finger. And she claimed, and she's convinced in herself that she got a husband. It is. And also guns too. And it's not safe because you got students that's taking guns to school and shooting people and all that stuff. So she boasts about her husband making 185,000 a year, right? And I'm just thinking, okay, well that's good for you. Your husband's making all that money. Why is he not here helping you with your house? Why is he not helping you sell this house? If he's making that much money as you say that he's making, where is he? Why is he not here helping you sell this house if you want to sell this house so bad? And this is a 50-year-old lady that is talking like this in 2026. She's telling young men because her man is not in the house to pipe her down. She's not here. She's telling young men that they don't deserve a pretty woman. And the only way to get a pretty woman is they have to be a millionaire. That's sad that you have a 50-year-old woman that's saying stuff like this. Because the elderly women, the elderly people that I spoke with back then, they don't talk like this. Ain't that something? That's a shame, isn't it? Mm, that is a shame. But this is coming from a mouth of a 50-year-old woman. That is a landlord that I stay with right now, talking like this. And then she brags about how her husband is making 185,000 a year. I don't give a damn what your husband makes. Because it ain't all about life, it's not all about money. It's about living life and being in peace and happiness. There's nothing wrong with making money. There's nothing wrong with how much money you make a year. But you don't have to rub it in people's faces just because you expect all the dudes to get with women that they're not physically attracted to. That's like telling somebody, hey, you should just apply for a plumber and all the guys will get with you. When working as a plumber doesn't fall align with your skill set on your resume. Why would you choose a job that doesn't align with the skills you have on your resume? Okay. Make it make sense. Anyway, guys, I'm going to enjoy a steak dinner. I've been on here for like 4 hours. And I'm gonna get some rest and um I'll probably go live again. Maybe, maybe not. But I will try and go live Friday because it seems like when I try to go live on Thursday, it seemed to be the busiest times. So I'll try to go live on a Friday. I don't know what time. It'll probably be around 1 or 2 o'clock my time because I'm on Alaska time. So anyway, thank you guys for tuning in and thank you guys for the likes and all the love. And I will see you guys next time. Peace.